100, sell side 179 million. Nasdaq 100, buy side 15 million. Dow 30, buy side 2 million. Mag 7, buy side 5 million.
Clock is ticking, you already know.
Same shit as yesterday. Check 1 2.
Oh, yeah. Monday to
Fighting check 1 2, mic check.
Captain Jim James, help you cut that dry.
Are we? Okay. Who's that?
Charts are jumping, green and red glow.
Let's see here.
Ship on the stock market show. It's a stock market show. Where the bulls run.
Hey, what's going on out there?
The bears lay low from the first loud.
Sorry, I'm still having like issues with my throat and stuff.
Got your watch list ready, got your game face on. When the spreads get heavy, he keeps you calm from the
Check 1 2.
till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show.
So we're again seeing some weakness in gold off the back of the market on open.
Where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing go. Ride that wave on the stock market show. Log on. Lock in. Get that
All right, here we go.
trade of the
What's going on?
tradeofthetrigger.com.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to go over today. I was gonna leave the stream just up today. I've been having hang tighter, guys. Give me one quick second. What are you savages doing out there? Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Good morning out there. I just need just a quick minute here, guys. Good morning. How are you all doing out there? Everybody doing well? All right, give me just a quick second here. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there? You're all doing well? We're going to get right into it this morning. So today is the
Treasury yield
one quick second here.
to 3.181%, the highest since 2007.
How y'all doing? I've got still having some voice issues here. I ripped my vocal flap or something like that. I went to a doctor a couple weeks ago. He wanted me to take 2 weeks off, and I have not been able to do that. And so I'm resting my throat as much as I possibly can. Now we want to talk about Friday. I want to go back and discuss Friday and then its impact into today. And the reason is I was speaking with a trader this morning about expirations and how we tend not to trade what everybody is positioned for until that expiration. Now, this month, Vixpiration falls on a Tuesday, right? And this is due to the Juneteenth federal holiday. And it's not on Wednesday. Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays are the largest weekly expiries. We do have 0-date expiries on Tuesday and Thursday. And we also have Nvidia earnings as well coming up. So just this morning, we're hanging on here. I want you to think about a few things here. You can keep this fairly simple. which is we were heading into OPEX, right? Last week on Friday, and we saw this violent unclench, which is sort of what we're looking for on Vixpiration today. More unclench, or at least the bears or the sellers that are out there. What they're looking for is a few things. Last week, they were looking for an unclench on hot CPI inflation prints.
So seeing gold, silver, slump as treasury yield.
And then more unclench on monthly OPEX. And then the nails in the coffin, right, for the bulls on Vixpiration and then month end. So these are all opportunities for markets to move, not necessarily negatively, but just moments where the market is not so wound up, and the option complex gives the stock market a moment to kind of unwind a little bit, up or down, doesn't matter. There's no real there's sometimes some edge in that, but I do want you to think about this top being put in, nice clean 750. When we hit big zeros, big fives, market wants to reject those numbers. And we're able to do a little bit of rolling down here, and then we're coming into this next unclench opportunity on VIXI for today, right? And we also have the month end unclench over here. Let's take a look at that. We'll put this one right here. Put a nice little vertical line on Friday over here. You know, this is the other unclench potential. We also have Vixpiration over here. Now, what tends to happen is if Vixpiration is not on a Wednesday, we'll sometimes pin in here or even rip and then unclench on the following day on the larger expiry. So this is what the bears are looking for, is the ability to get past these two groups of buyers right here. And this trader that I was speaking to this morning had brought up the idea that, well, what about puts? Will they print? And I said, well, the first thing you need to do is find out where the put's being bought, right? Natural rejection point on 7,500. And then what are these guys looking to get for a print? Like, what do they want? And then what time frame do they want to get it done in? And we always know that when positioning is to this downside, that oftentimes we will not make that print until post or near where the expiry is on that directional positioning. So if you think about the people that are here and here on Friday, and you think about what they're looking for, they're probably screaming loudly on social media, right? It's probably Bloomberg and CNBC and your socials out there that are just, you know, get me a print, right? And this isn't really the print they're looking for, is it? You know that they want to print by Wednesday. They're probably running their puts, right, for this Wednesday expiry, or the Friday, or this Wednesday expiry in the 20th, or they're looking for Friday the 22nd. So there's a lot of, you know, get me that print. Get me down below this stuff over here. Get me this big, juicy downside move, right? And maybe we don't print that until their puts expire or are near expiry to that downside. And you got to remember, too, here that sellers are not looking for this either, are they? They're not even looking for the unclench. A seller is going to tell you, oh, I just want to bring it down a little bit to buy a dip for the beginning of the month. But in reality, they want what? They want the blood down here. They want to, you know, take out this one right here. They want to get out of trend deep enough so that we don't get sucked back into trend. And if you're a seller, you know that if you don't beat major trend by a new month, what happens here, right? The buy the dippers come in, right? You're like, I just want this cap, or I just want that cap. But in reality, if you get them alone in a room, you get a bear in a room and you know what they really want, right? They want the unwind down here before we get there. They want the blast down here by Wednesday. And then they want your bad Nvidia earnings, and then the unwind from or unclench at end of the month. We're out of trend now. They're coming back into June and July, making new lows, and we're having a summertime crash in our hands. That's pretty much the bear book, right? Hey, what's going on, princess? Good to see you this morning. Yeah, so yesterday I was not feeling well. Had the stream on, looked pretty good, but I wasn't here. I was not feeling well. No, I was not feeling it in my neck. How are you guys doing? Scott Trades, what's going on? Destromatic. Morning, Sergio. Let me just put on this chat so I can read everybody's chat. We have a chat going on across, I think, 5 platforms. And if I don't put the multi-stream chat on, I can only see it on this top screen right here. It's the only way for me to read them if I don't have it put up. But I did just put it up, so I'll be watching you guys this morning and this afternoon. So let's take a look at where we think we're going. This doesn't look good, does it? And you got to think about these buyers here, here, and here. And we still have not rejected 745, somewhere in here. We need some kind of a... I don't think this was enough here. I don't think this was the rejection up here, but we kind of need this, like, close the gap and then down, in my view at least. I'd like to see like a pure rejection up here at some point. One quick second, let's take a peek at the market and see where we are. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Buenos dias, princess. Hey, King B2120, thanks for the subscription, man. I appreciate you. Morning, Oliver. How are you? Good to see you too, brother. I see all the little things up there. What's going on, Jared? What up? Hell yeah, baby. Well, this is the thing, too. What all this leads into is this. If you're a bull, right? If you're a buyer, 70% of you are buyers, right? Sneaky CDN, what's going on? If I lose my voice today, guys, I might have to stop talking. I won't go on any rants today. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of ranting and raving about whatever lies you're being spun out there. But what I'll do here is this. Well, I want you to think about this. I want you to think about what this all means is this. I want you to remember that positioning is to the downside. Like, just put that in your mind. Positioning is to the downside. These guys want to print. And if you're looking for a turnaround, you likely are waiting. You're likely waiting for, if you think about the month, if you think about a week, right? Let's go back to a week. If you think about a week, right? And we do these weekly trades, right? Come into a Monday. Or sorry, we come into like I get the red. Oh, we do red for the Bears today. So you got Thursday, you got Friday, you got the weekend, right? And then you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, right? So you're like, hey, I'm bullish on next week. So you're trying to find this low over here or over here on Friday. And these are normally early traders. And this is the same thing that took place last week for the Bears, or sell side, right? So you got the low here, and you're trying to buy this low. And then what the market ends up doing in the following week is this. It like rips faces up into Monday. Normally it's Monday. Sometimes it takes until Tuesday or Wednesday, but typically Monday. You'll get a high. What they'll do is they'll come back down and they'll retest all these early buyers right here. Try to take all your stops, panic you, all that kind of stuff. Then you get like a turnaround Tuesday effect to the upside. You catch a print here on Thursday, maybe sometimes Friday early day. And then we drop down and do the same operation again over here, right? Catch the low, make your way up into the following week. That's pretty much how the market runs. But you want to now think about this on a monthly basis. You want to think about this on a monthly basis. So if you're looking for an up month in, say, June, or we suspect right now, we're still in trend that you're looking for an up month in June, you'd be looking for that last week or two, right? Would it be a Thursday, Friday? So week 3 and 4. In this case, we have 5 weeks this month. So you'd be looking for that monthly low to get long for the prints in June and July. And we know that historically that June and July are some of the best printers of the year, right? Even with all the noise out there from Mike Barry and all the other lunatics that that's the bubble top, and I think Barry called it again. Like he called it over here, called it over here, called it over here, called it over here. He's calling it over here again, and he can keep calling it, I guess, one way or another. Or maybe he is right, or we drop below, break trend, and we can start turning ourselves from looking up to looking to the downside. But I want you to think about what I want you to think about more importantly here is people are positioned with puts. And so if you're like, hey, is this going to turn around? Is this going to magically go to the moon and make an all-time high. You got to remember that if you just be patient and you wait for these guys to get a print, right? Let them force the print either today on Vixpiration, tomorrow on Wednesday, or on end of month. And if we're positioned correctly for the next month, we just swoop in and start buying that dip. So if you're a bull or a buyer, which 70% of you are, right, on average, you're just waiting. You just hang tight. Don't make any dumb decisions. Don't be giving all your money back to the market over the course of the next 3, 4, 5 sessions when you could just be waiting for all of this to print out for these guys. And if it's not low enough for a breaking trend, you're just stepping right in and buying that dip for, big money in June and July. So just hang out tight for a second. Let's take a look at where the market actually is. And we're going to start with the month. Let's start right here. This is SPY, by the way, S&P 500. We just want to take a look at the month and look at this monthly candle. I think we discussed this early month, right? What is the average return seasonally in the month of May? Let's take a look at that. Now, do we always follow seasonality to a T? Fuck no. Is it something where it's you can rely upon it? Nope. Is it something that you should be aware of as a third tier kind of a tool? Absolutely. And we're going to look. Let me see if I can bring this up really quick. Right here. Let's bring this up. Take a peek at this one right here. S&P 500 monthly returns. Month of May typically comes in low. Negative 0.11. So it's flattish, slightly negative. But that does not mean that we cannot. Oh, hold on here. I did that wrong. Hold on there. Get rid of that. I guess I can't use my cursor here, but it doesn't mean that we can't say rip high into May, then come back down into some deepness, and then finish the month kind of flattish. And then you're looking at these 2 months ahead of you, and if you can get not here, but somewhere down in here, the gains multiply, don't they? You're looking at now, 3 to now like 4, 5, or 6% upside coming into the summer months. Good, I love you too, super gals. What's going on? How are you all doing? What's going on? Handsome. What up, Daddy Powell? You see that? Did you see that? You see that post on the certified business card for Jerome Powell? That's another thing too. We got Warsh coming in. I should make I should go on Twitter and post breaking. Kevin Warsh has announced an unscheduled Fed meeting for a Tuesday afternoon massacre of some kind. Hang tight. We're not gonna leave that. So in this month right here, this is the monthly candle, right? And we got this nice little high, and this is kind of looking like a typical May, isn't it? And if this was a typical May, we would probably die somewhere down here and then recover for an upside move, something like this. And fascinatingly enough, if you look at this prior month right here, we could theoretically, right? Theoretically, at least, we could actually trade all this all the way down there, believe it or not, and recover all this into the first of the month. Now, we could theoretically, I'm not saying we're going to do this, but we could theoretically come all the way down here and then all the way back up here and close right around there and still be bullish for the month of June and July. So the trick in May is what I told you as we came into the month of May. If you remember, I was pounding the desk, of course, right? Ranting and raving. Remember, your only job in the month of May is what? Find the monthly low. If we can find the monthly low in the merry month of May, then we can get long on it if it's in major trends still for June and July returns. So let's do it like this. We're going to snap this down here just so we have some situational awareness. Snap this big old month down here. Remember, too, if you're a member, you already have expectations for today. This month right here. We're now going to move into a weekly time period.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, by the way,
pending home sales change month on month.
I went to see
5%. US pending homes.
I went to see the Detroit Pistons game 7 in Detroit. They forced a game 7, and I have not been a basketball fan since I was a child. But I had to go. I had to see if they had what was needed. You know what the takeaway was for me? I used to watch basketball a lot. I used to play it too. Like I didn't get tall until I was in 8th grade. 8th grade. Like I was a late bloomer in my height. And so I couldn't keep up with kids that were already tall, so I stopped playing basketball, started playing soccer. But I played basketball for years, and the thing about seeing a game, any game live, is that you really truly see, I think, the quality of a team. And you could see it right away that I don't think either Detroit wasn't ready, they're not ready, or they took the L, right, where they shouldn't. You know what I mean by that, right? Like it was like almost like a league forced L, if they really did have the talent to do it. So we have a target right there, a weekly. I want you to remember this on a daily and weekly time frame, like I just talked to you about, right? If we're trading a week, we're looking for the daily lows on Thursday, Friday to get long for the next upcoming week. If we're looking at this on another time frame, a higher time frame, we're looking likely for a weekly low in the last 2 weeks of the month and a 5-week. I think it's 5-week month, right? Make sure I got this right. I'm like telling you guys a bunch of stuff, and I don't want to tell you lies. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.5 weeks. This in the month of May. So we want to be at. Oh, wait a minute here. Let me get rid of this. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of wonkiness over here. I'm like skipping through a bunch of stuff over here. So you want to be like looking for weekly lows for the following month. Here's the monthly target down here. We're all still bullish in here. We got this one right here. And we got this one right here. Just nice, easy brush strokes, nice crayons. Crayon gang, you watching this? You don't even need to be able to read, guys. It was crazy though. The game was awesome. I loved it. I got like some kind of like a box VIP thing. It was awesome. Like I usually sit on the floor, and they do like really cool shit when you're on the floor. But I loved being in the box. I told myself, I was like, if I ever come back here more frequently and don't want to spend the money, I'm going to come sit in this like box thing they had, which was really rad. It was like no seats. It was like stools and a table and glass and nobody in front of me. It was rad. But I will say one thing: at the end of that night, you could hear a pin drop. Like Detroiters, they were devastated. I think they were mostly devastated by I put that right there. That's the 29th. So this is all a bull is looking for here. That's it. This is literally it. It does not matter if we wind up here to go up. Does not matter if we wind up here. Doesn't even matter if we go all the way down here and then swing back up into here. So just got to be on the month. You guys saw my Twitter tweet? All right, cool. Right on. Hold on here. I'm just messing with the bears out there. They're all angry right now. I like messing with the bears. I like telling them shit like we're going to go up and trade 745 today. They don't want to hear that. They want the print. Like, you got to remember, think about like the bears and the sellers, like you as a buyer. I want my print. How many weeks do we sit here and we wait 2-3 days and then we catch the print on the close of a Thursday or something, and you get your payout like, on the open or on the close. Same thing applies somewhat in this same scenario. So let's look right here. Let me turn this thing off. I got pictures and stuff coming up on my screen. Bear down. Go over here.
In 5 minutes' time, expecting the US pending.
Oh, is that a little green right there? Whew.
Forecast 1%.
Don't like seeing that green.
US pending homes index price.
It's got to be. They got to be. Oh, the bears are mad here. They hangry right now. they don't. That's what is that right there? Green? You got to be kidding me. Sorry, I'm giggling. I'm thinking about these bears right now in Vixpiration. They want that unclenched so fucking bad today. Sorry to swear, but you get what I'm saying, right? Bears are out there. They're all angry. They're all trying to get that print on a Tuesday. Wrap it up. Get their print. Get paid. Make that one red right there. Here's what the Bears' last line of defense is. Oh man, I keep thinking about was Mike Burry out there, like make it like I saw it. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen his tweets recently, but I did read like a headline this morning or something that said Mike Burry again reinforcing that this is the top. Get out while you still can. I'm surprised at that he says that. You should just be adding for duration, like add for duration, add for duration, add for duration. You don't get out until we roll that monthly trigger. Like you have to. You're almost like I don't want to say you're a slave to it, but you kind of are. If you want to make money in the market, you have to add on every downside move. As long as you don't break that major trend on the monthly trigger, you have to for as long as the bull market lasts. Because what that does is it builds in a buffer for you so that when we do roll, you're not upside down. The only people that get like lose money in this to where like Mike Burry is right, they have no exposure to the market for duration, for time. If you have duration and time in here, getting long on that monthly trigger, any drawdowns, any corrections, major corrections, even crashes, you in this modern market, you have to have that exposure on. You can't listen to Mike Burry's. You literally can't. You just have to keep adding and adding and adding and adding until price breaks through, puts in a new low, and then trend starts crashing down on top of the market. So here, I'll just check this right here. Got two dailies up here. We know we're not going up there, but I would like to see this. I would love to see something just like this. I think I already told you that there's that failure of 745, and then that down move would be great. Something like that. That's what I'd like to see. That's what I would like to see. Something like that. So let's go look at this on a smaller time frame. Do we need? Oh, we'll put these in too. We'll put these in case we get the party time in today. We'll entertain the bears that want this thing to happen today. There's like, I kid you guys not. Put this right here. We'll put this one right here. Sorry, I'm giggling because I know that these guys want this print so fucking bad. I know these guys want this print, and you know they're being teased, right? They're being teased a little bit here until they get it, so they can say booyah. Let's go back in here and look at this. Take a peek at this right here. Seeing buyers here. These are the same group of buyers. You can see them here. There's no new low for the cup and handle yet, though. Nope. See this right here? This is important to see. I want you to pay attention to like this candle right. Let's measure this candle.
Remaining. I'll be leading with US pending home sales change month on month.
Check that candle right there. See this candle in this 4-hour right here? You can measure this. It's a 0.95, right? So that's basically, I mean, I don't need to really do the math in that, do I? You want to be roughly lower than that right there. You see that? About 82%. It should be 80% on 100, but that's a 0.95 bar. So you see how they haven't gotten this yet? So they kind of need to be right about here. Look at how close they're scraping this. You see that?
10 seconds.
It's a bear trap right there. You see that? So they kind of need to break like 80% of this candle right here. 80% of that candle, which is not 82. Well, it's 82 because it's
higher than forecast of 1%. Pending home.
it's slightly less than 1% in that candle, and only then can you come down here and close this gap. You can take out most of this for this weekly target down here.
1 spot 7% compared to the original prior 1 spot 5%.
Let's keep this one open here. 732.77. I bet it's slightly lower. You want to probably break the 50 in here. You want to do that with conviction. 732. You really want to break that right there to get down here. Fail that, get down there if you're a seller. Hang tight here. Get rid of that. Go to a 1 hour.
Yeah, post the US pending home sales April 2026 report on the feed for those interested.
What we have going on here. We got the revenge trade in this. You see them? So these are all more spike candles down here. It's like a tease, isn't it? Thanks, I appreciate you. What's going on? What's going on, Upland Group? What did you just say?
Novak, Russia to boost oil supplies to China via Kazakhstan.
What's going on? What's going on there, Upland Group? Yeah, the NBA, man. I was watching traveling the other night. All I saw was traveling. Like guys were just like doing whatever they wanted to do. They just didn't care. Then the refs. When you see these things live now, like an NBA game, it's all contrived. The refs early in the game set the tone, and they were just like, they had like early game. Detroit should have been up a few baskets, and they just kept taking baskets away from them. They were full on like tying an arm behind the back to start the game. It's definitely about entertainment more than sports now. It's glaring. It's glaring. Well, I went with Detroiters. I went with like a group of guy friends that I've made here, and they're from Detroit. If I was like I was born in Boston. I was in the same boat as Detroit for a long time as a kid. I know Boston now is like hated like New York, but there was a time where Boston hadn't won anything in some cases over 100 years. Celtics were always a dynasty, but football, baseball really sucked bad for Boston. And so I kind of like I can empathize with these guys from Detroit without a doubt. Hang tight, let's take a peek at this. Let's go a little bit closer and see what we're gonna chart in here. Let's do a 30-minute and check velocity. See what we're doing on velocity here. We'll check. This is kind of a fake out here. Let's see if we can make I think we can see this right here. We didn't make this low. I mean, that is a nice low in there. Let me just check this really quick here. I mean, that is a nice low right there, isn't it? Let's go back here and look at something else. Here's another one right here. It's very similar right here in structure. Let's go look at a time period that maybe is closer to. Here's May right here. We're a little late in here. We still had some rip-roaring days in there too, didn't we? Just check the daily really quick. Still accumulating on the week. You can see that they're trying to come in and sell on the weekly here. They don't want to see that weekly accumulation breakout from this down here. You see that? A lot of rage in here. This is the one that gives me a pause for concern here. Daily velocity on a daily basis. Makes me not trust any upside move. Back down here in an hour.
So seeing here, NATO to consider Hormuz deployment if the strait is not open by July. So again, NATO to
We're going to go with this right here.
If the Strait of Hormuz is not open by July.
We're going to go with
I've seen some weakness in oil off the back of that headline.
1600. This is Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 a.m. right there. We're going to make this line dotted.
A top NATO.
We can't trust that this won't sell. We can't trust that that won't sell.
Europe will not impact the executability of NATO's defense plans.
And then something down like this over here. There's your weekly target here on Thursday. We'll give them till Friday. Though I think they'll get the print here much earlier. We can do it like this too. Hold on here. This is what they want, right? They want this print right now and tomorrow. We do it like this. Let's do this one right here.
Seeing comments here from Besant. Besant says,
That's 1600.
not in a hurry to extend China trade truce due to expire in November. Besant says US-China truce
That one right there.
and tariff rates can be extended through subsequent meetings this year. The new Section 301 tariffs won't be a problem for China as long as they do not exceed prior levels agreed last November.
Hold on here.
The Board of Investment Protocols will seek to identify deals that will not need CIFR's national security reviews or investments that the US is not ready to consider. Besant says China understands that Section 301
Unlock the door, come back up here.
back to levels prior to the Supreme Court decision to annul some US duties. And Besant says we'll have a meeting with China's
Something like that.
Xi Jinping prior to Xi's September visit to the White House to work out more details on the trade agreement. Besant says the US-China consultations on AI guardrails to
Somewhere right in there.
of powerful models likely to start in next 4 to 8 weeks. And Besant says the US-China will initially identify $30 billion of non-critical goods that can have reduced or no tariffs under the Board of Trade.
Just like that. That's what I think it is. Like
Stocks extend full, Nasdaq down 1%.
grind, push down, squeeze up, and then down. Something like this. Just look at that. Have those buyers right there. There's your cup and handle like this. Cup. Unlock the handle, come back up here, slam it down. It's something like this. Just like that. That's what I see. And then, see that over there. That's Thursday at 1600.
According to a document, Russia.
And I would like to see that down there, to be honest with you, but
outside the
I don't know if we can get down there.
for gas exports to China for 2027.
There's 727. There's 725 right in here. You're going to get buyers right in here. That's Thursday. Here's Friday on the close. Just crushing bulls. Crushing bulls over here on Friday. Somewhere right in there. It should be earlier, but I'm going to leave it out here for time's sake. This could happen on Wednesday with Nvidia, but we'll leave it just like for the remember, we can come down here and clean all this out too on an extension. There's your cup. There's your handle down here. More than likely, you'd have to Leave that one right there. And then if we beat this stuff here, we can then start taking all this noise out over here. I won't put this one in here unless I'll tease the bears if you want. There you go, bear. Does that help a bear out, maybe? What are you guys doing? Oh yeah, dude, James Harden. I was watching Harden when he flopped. Dude, the flopping, I'd never really like seen it in person. Never seen it in person. I saw it for the first time in person. The flopping, dude. I couldn't believe how it was like soccer. Look at how bad that one is over there. They come down here and lock this, right? Oh my God, Bulls think they're saved. Slam it down over here, and then this is the one that the Bears want, the blood. How many percentage points is that tip to toe? That's a 5% correction right there. It's pretty good. Let's check this on a monthly basis and just see what it looks like in a month. Let's go back to that month we were talking about and see what this looks like here. On a month. You know, it's like right in here, right? 714.64. Let's go back to an hour. Oh, nope. I don't want to do that. Back to an hour. You know, that's where it is right there. There's your 714. At least for the monthly low, like that's your Thursday low, maybe down here. But for the monthly low, and then you come into this week over here, and then we start picking back up again. Let's go back to a minute here. Let's see if we can put something together here. Something tradable here. They're trying to sneak down in here. They want to make that unlock over here. We also have 730 down here. We want to pay attention to this one too. It's a nice round number. Here's 10 a.m. Revenge sellers coming straight in at 10.
Commander says a total of 5,000 US troops will be pulled out of Europe.
I think the biggest takeaway here is, let's go over here. I think that the biggest takeaway here, it's 12 o'clock. They don't need to unlock this one. They just need to unlock this one here. So make this one just for a reference. There's 30 down there, known buyers. They need to scrape somewhere underneath this, like 732 and 50, somewhere in here. It's hard to like get this exact without like splitting hairs here. I think this is kind of the thing right here. And we'll wait for 12 p.m. and see if any upside flows come into play. So we can take this thing up to the upside. Marmot, good morning. How are you? I think the takeaway, like, anyways, the top line is this. If you are part of Crayon Gang, if you hate reading complex stuff, what I would say to you as a trader or as an investor is step off the market here. Just like step off. And don't try to be an early buyer.
Says the drones were launched from.
You have to understand the positioning is to the downside, and depending on when they get the big print, you just want to be waiting for it. And whether that's early or if it's post when they're supposed to print for that big downside move, doesn't matter to you. You're just waiting for that big downside move. What is the weekly low in the next 2 weeks? If you can just think to yourself, if I can find a moment of weakness in the next 2 weeks, and it's sitting on a month or a weekly line that I drew for you, and it's within trend, we're going to get long. It's that simple. So just be patient. It's that simple. For sell side, if you're on sell side, if you have any questions as to like when should we expect these down moves, next 2 weeks, I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? A print next 2 weeks. I don't know if you can get it today. Today is Vixpiration. I don't know if you can't get the big unwind until tomorrow, post Vixpiration. And I know what you're talking about. It's not this move. It's like big. I know what you want. It's like big down 2-3% down day. As long as you're positioned for it, just hang tight. I think I said to Winky earlier in the week, he said he wanted June 20th for an expiry. I was like, just throw a little bit extra time on it, and you should get the downside print. And I'm positioned short as well. So if you want to know. Morning. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I'll look at VRT. I also wanted, there's some Dow companies I wanted to look at too. Did you guys see LMT was positioned pretty aggressively to the upside? There's a lot of rotation going on right now that does not look risk-offish. Do you guys notice that there's still rotation out there? Anyone else notice that? There's not like full risk-off behavior at the moment? Yeah, I just went over it. I went over this. I'll go over it again right now. I'll top line it. So I went into the beginning of this month. Knowing that we should close slightly red, or seasonally we should close slightly red, and we ramped in the beginning of the month. So I figured, we'll ramp up, get a nice big high, sell it, and then we'll close the month on a fat low, and then recover back up into the end of the month. That's at least historically what we do. So that's my take. I think we close slightly red, but I think the bigger key is to find how deep can you find that low before the month ends. So this week, next week, we're looking for some damage, 3 to 5% of some kind. And if you can stack that on 3% for June and July for returns, you're looking at 6 or 7 for the upside in over the next 2 months. I want to remind you guys of something here. This is another part of this. This is important. Please listen to this. You're going to hear, this reminds me a lot of November and October. You got to remember that we come into September of this past year, and historically, October is not an up month. So the street raged about that. Why? The street wants these lows so they can put a trade on, and they don't have to look at it for a period of time. I want you to think about the summertime. Now, we don't know what's going to happen this summer. We don't know if Barry's right. Our man Barry over there, we don't know if he's right. And we can't take his word for it. So you just can't. Not in the strongest time of the year. So what you do is you want to just have a checklist, right? Like, can we get a nice deep low? Is that low within trend? If that low is in trend, it's a good sign that we can get long and put a position on to get long into the next 2 months. You just want to find that low. It's that fucking simple. I wouldn't care too much about, at this moment, I wouldn't care too much about where the low is, just that we get a nice pullback. And then we can chase it back up into the end of the month. But the key point here is this. These guys all go on vacation.
1% versus US dollar.
You got to remember that the street goes on vacation. Like, the street's not laptops on fucking vacation. Sorry, you can't leave and go to the islands, without your laptop because the market might crash. The street is positioned not for that to happen right now. What the street wants is run a high early month May. They want to drag it down. And if we're still in trend, they want to put a long on. And I got to impress this upon you. This is the part that's the most important part here. So you've got the street talking price down, right? Literally talking price down. If they don't get down deep enough, right, they're going to get long. They're going to come on social media. They're going to come on the news media, and they're going to say, well, we got to this point and we closed our trades. And, you're left holding the bag as the bear saying, I expected a fucking, oh, you said crash. I'm positioned for crash. And that's why I tell you, when the bears, or when a big time, known bear, million followers tells you it's going to crash, it's still better to be tactical in that expression of that trade. You take it down into known support, and you come back and revisit it. So the reason I'm saying this to you is because of this. If they're able to talk the market down, and to the end of the month they don't get where they need to be, and they get long and they're going on vacation, and you're still on that bear trade, if that doesn't continue, and you're not looking higher, and they're going on vacation. They close their trades, and all they really wanted was a low to get long on. Then they put the market on cruise control. You're going to have a bad time. That's what a bull market is like. So my only thing here to let you know is that, like, if you're like, hey, we're bearish and then we're bullish, and then market goes on cruise control into middle of summer, and you know, like you miss the trade because you're overly bearish, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, and then you're you know, missing the trade up because you're fearful into summer, and then you're trying to chase the trade. And what normally happens in summer? Like, we make this run up for 2 months, then we go into July, and it becomes this what? You catch a nice high in July, and then you're trading sideways through the month of July, and then we're rolling over into the fall, and you know, you miss the whole entire thing. You're like trying to catch up, and you're fighting the market and all that kind of stuff. So just try to stay with the market. Is the only, like, the top line point here is, no matter what they're saying, you just stay with the market. And they're more than likely going to buy a dip here in the next 2 weeks. You just need to find what it is so you can outperform a managed fund, right? Outperform a financial advisor in your local community. Make sense? Mr. Player X, I hope if you want, you can go back in the stream, and I reviewed this in more depth. I went into more depth as to where you're looking for a dip to buy. If you wanted a target, it's about 5%. It's like 614-ish. That should be like it's about a 45% chance that we'll get there. It's fairly good percentage chance of going to 614. I think at 6,000 you're gonna hit the auto. Or excuse me, I said 615. 614. I meant 714. You're gonna hit like 714. But if you get anywhere near 7,000, they're gonna buy it all. They don't care. They don't care even if it rejects. You'll see auto buying down there. It's like 714, 715 seems to me about a 45% chance of that happening. Probably a 30% chance to 15 for 7,000, if that helps. Go over here. See if we can catch some 12 o'clock buyers down in here. We have unlocked these lows to trade. This white line right here means that all of this is viable. Here, I'll bring the times back over for you. The door is unlocked to downside now. 80% of that candle was erased. That's over here. Want to see it? See where price is right here? This is where the buyers should be, the big fat zeros. 80% of this move has been erased. That means we can come down here and trade all this stuff down here. Let me go back to the main screen. Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing something here. Hang tighter, guys. For some reason, I'm missing... give me one quick second here.
Treasury 5 and 7 year yields rise 10 basis points on the day.
Can't seem to get... See if I can get some... If I can trigger this into turning on here. Hang tight here, guys. Still having some technical issues here in the background. Hang tight. Wonder why that's not coming up. I can try it again. Hold on here. Just one quick second here, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, we broke we broke 80% of this prior candle here. Let me just show it to you. Come back and look at it right now. Can see where this low is right here. Let me mute all this stuff. Can I hide everything here? Hide. See that candle right here? We just erased that candle. That now opens. See this candle right here? Now opens this candle to be taken here. Remember, too, that this is where all the demand is. If you're just on a daily basis, you see Poop Mountain up here? This is where all the buyers are right in here. See them right there. And theoretically, they're still down here. But all this is open now down here. Let me just show all this again. You can see them like pounding down here. Pounding, 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 pounding. And then a rip and then a move to the downside over here. Give me a second here. I'm trying to spin up this this computer. I'm having having some issues here in the background.
So we're up at our live
Video capture card's not reading.
The White House ballroom construction.
Oh, they got a little reaction there, huh? See if we can jog this this book map here. Wonder why this is not working here.
The top NATO commander, asked about potential NATO mission in the Strait of Hormuz, says this is a political decision. 30-year US Treasury yield rises to 5.195%.
I think I fixed it here. Hold on, guys. There we go. There we go. That in right there. That in right there.
Senator Foon expects the Senate to advance AI framework this year.
Oh, yeah, that's better, right, boys? There we go. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. You see it up there? Look at this right here. You can see they just want that fall. You see that right there? See what they're looking for here, right? They want that down there. And they want to hit this one right here. Right? Who said that? It's chopsticks, right? Was that you said that? We might get that flat month after all. Yeah, I agree with that. It's looking like a seasonal like, looks like it's like fairly.
So seeing here, swaps imply over 80% chance of Fed rate hike by the end of 2026.
I'm going to get rid of this white line just so we can. We don't need to see that anymore, do we? We don't need to see that shit, guys. We know what a turn looks like, don't we? Oh, look at that. There's the there's S2 right here. We know what a turn looks like, right? To the upside. Taught you guys how to look for a turn higher. Yeah, it's chopsticks. Did you see the fucking like? I showed that monthly earlier on the show, brother. Like, that prior month, like May or like the prior month of April, like it's wide open for down. Like you could go real deep. I don't think we're gonna, but we can go very deep into like sweeping April for low, and then like racing higher for end of month. That April candle is a doozy. Right? Yeah, totally, dude. Like looking back on April, I'm like, oh man. I think that's where like burying the street is. I assume that's what they're thinking. Like we're gonna push out the narrative of doom just to get it into like, as deep into that candle as possible. Like that's how I really think things are right now. I think we're all very bearish. I don't think anyone can like. I don't think anyone can say like And I think we've harped on this for a few years now, right? Hey, we're going to enter into a bubble. And once we get into that bubble, I promise you, like there's going to be, there's going to be large corrections and then double on the way up. And like, you're going to like leave the bears behind because they're so bared up. And like, then you're going to leave the bulls behind because they're too scared. I think it's like par for the course, par for the course for where we are. And the only way to trade it is every major correction you get long unless we slip under that monthly. I think you have to ride the train until the bubble actually bursts. There was something else this week too that I found very interesting. OpenAI won their case against Elon Musk, which has to have enraged him. Elon has to be fully enraged at this point. And how I looked at it was more, you figure there's probably 4 or 5 major companies that have not IPO'd yet. There's like 4 or 5 that have not announced their IPOs yet, right? Or there's speculation of when they're going to IPO. But you figure those 4 or 5 companies are hyper aware of Amazon's IPO in the first bubble and the internet build out, and they probably want to be in that group or be that ticker. It's not just IPOing like when Amazon waited till the last minute. All boats rise in the end of the bubble. So from my perspective, I think that Elon did not want to be competing with OpenAI as that premier company for the last IPO that comes on market, and then you can finish up the bubble.
6, 7, 9%.
I think I think at least like, if you figure that all these companies hire analysts and quants, and they tell them you have this window here, and you probably don't want to IPO until the last leg of the bubble, and you can kind of see it right now, right? Like OpenAI hasn't IPO'd, SpaceX hasn't IPO'd. There's Anthropic, a few others that haven't IPO'd yet, and so everyone wants to be that Amazon, of this next economic age that we're building out. If this is real, if it's not the largest fraud in history, if AI is the future, you would expect that one company would shine kind of like Amazon did the work they needed to do, not being public during that first tech bubble. And then being one of the last companies to go public, they kind of triggered the last run to the upside. And so I think that was I think for Elon in particular, it's more competition for who is that company. SpaceX could be, SpaceX, and to a lesser extent, Elon with his build out of AI wants to be that premier, they want to be the fucking Amazon basically, right? So this wasn't a good thing for Elon Musk to have that case go against him.
If we have to make another big hit.
You think he just wanted to hurt Smear Sam? I don't think so. I think he wanted to prolong the IPO. But I think he wanted to hurt Sam too. Sam's a weirdo too, right? Like Sam's not. Well, I guess all these fucking guys are weirdos, aren't they? To some extent. I shouldn't say that. These guys will find me and beat me up when I'm out and about. Did you call me a weirdo on your show one day? Did you guys also see Trump? How many times did I tell you guys that Trump trades with us?
And Trump just again saying Iran is begging to make it.
I think he's watched the show at least once. We're like the number 4. I think we're like the number 4 financial streamer on Twitch or something in the world. So like, I don't doubt that he doubt that he's seen us on one of these platforms. But Trump came out with he's making 6 trades a day. Like when I go to my fucking CPA, right? I used to print up a reams of paperwork. I can just imagine Trump going to his fucking bookkeeper and printing out that stack of trades for him. Whew. Did you guys see that stuff, Trump? Guys, he's actively day trading. I think he had 30,000 trades last year or something. I'll look that up right now. I'll get some data on that and see how many trades he's taken. So whenever I'm telling you he's in the toilet, I'm like, he's late because he's on the toilet on his phone. He's got the golden phone out. And he's fucking trading on Robinhood. I wasn't lying, was I? I can't believe he's doing that. I don't know. It just gets me. I think it's crazy. Like, I think seeing like the number of trades that guy has taken in a year is fucking batshit. He loves the stock market. Loves it. Oh yeah, let's see if we can get some turnaround going on in here. Got a nice little high up here. We know what this looks like. We've seen this before. We know what the spike candle looks like. We can see them up there, right? All the spike candles are up here. You see them? Look at them right here. Same bullshit, right? Bunch of spike going on up here. Let's go over here. See these guys right here? They're stacked up here, ready to sell. I gotta show you guys. I meant to show you guys the spite video, so you have a reference to it. Here, I'll play it right now, just so you guys have reference on spite. When you see these sellers up here, hold on. I make them mad too. They get mad at me. I'm like, they're up here. They're waiting for us up here. Look at them. These are the old gym bros. These are old men. They don't miss leg day. We got the old gym bros here. We got the young gym bros over here. These guys are good sellers too, but they're nowhere near as good as an old man. These guys miss leg day. They're like Chamath, posting pictures on the internet of their workout, and then you look at their legs and go, oh my God, what's that? Young gym bros. We haven't said this. We haven't done this one in a while. The Chamath up here. We're seeing these guys again, more than likely. I'll show you guys whenever you guys see me say spite, I'm going to show you what I mean by that. I want to get it stuck in your head so that
Israel too.
Hold on. Let's see if I can who's the guy that does this thing? Like when I see these guys above and they come down and rain hell on us. Oh, it's smite, not spite. I thought it was spite. I even had it wrong myself. Hold on here.
Trump on being close on a deal with
Right here.
Says, I've heard this before.
Spell slots, more like smite slots. Funny meme. You smite too much. Welcome to Pack Tactics. Everyone knows Divine Smite, but just in case, let's go over it.
I don't know if this is the one.
Clear shoots isn't awfully hard to break.
I think this one is the one that I got it from here. Hold on here. I gotta find it because the guy goes smite, and then it just gets blasted to the downside.
Trump said
I'll have to look at it later. I'll try to find the video that it kind of took me out of the or pulled me into the No, I'm short. I'm in short. I'm in put spread, so but when I get long, I'll let you know. We have to wait. Who is that? Arkansas Slaughter? Yeah, we gotta wait, dude. You gotta wait to get long for like probably this week or next week. Likely Thursday of this week, Friday of this week, and we'll check again if we're not in the right place, we'll check again next Thursday, Friday.
Trump on time for Iran.
Yeah, just put spreads, dude.
Maybe to the early next week.
I'm more interested. I'm mostly interested in getting long here. I'm not directionally trying to get short, but I'll get short with if you want to. If we come up here at any point, right? If you want to buy some puts with me, I'll buy some straight puts with you. If we can at any point get up here, I'll totally take some puts with you. You want like directional 0-day puts? For me, it's got to be up here. I got you, Arkansas Slaughter. No long. You could get long here. Like, theoretically, you get long. You're going to get paid in July, in my view. Just close your laptop because you're going to be hurting for like a week or two. Oh, God, it's never coming back. Whole world's going to crack open. Let's put this right here. We got a bunch of stuff to look at, too, today. Just note that today's Vixpiration. Sometimes we unclench today. Sometimes we unclench on Wednesday. I like the unclench better on Wednesday for like the big down power moves. I like both of them together, if possible. We're just waiting for 12 p.m. flows in here. See if we can turn this up. Bearish until 12. Then we'll find out what we do from 12 until 4. Or 1:30. And then you know the bulls will come in at 1:30. We're not in a trend day. You already know that. There's a bunch of stuff we have to go over too today. So just give me a few minutes. Let me just get everything lined up, and we'll go over some of this stuff here. I do see something here from Trump saying 2 to 3 days, Taco Tuesday turnaround stuff. You know, I don't know if you know this. Like, I think Turkey just sent 8,000 troops to, I want to say Saudi Arabia, but it might be United Arab Emirates, but it's one or the other. But there is a coalition. There's another ARG that's been floating around too. They're doing circles, like U.S. Navy ARG. And there is there's an armada. I don't know if it's an armada. There is a large coalition. It's a weird coalition of forces, but there is a coalition of forces. Like when Europe didn't get involved, there is a coalition of forces that, and like a huge armada. I don't want to say it's an armada because it's a lot of land forces too, but you know, that like I don't know if Iran is aware of that. If they're fully aware that there are forces growing, they're being surrounded by nations being directly impacted by the Strait of Hormuz closure, even as they're trying to formalize monetizing the passage through there. Yeah, watch out for 7:30 here. You're likely going to see flows right on the. No matter what, you're going to likely see some buyers in here on the 30s. We need something. We need some kind of negative. We need a negative headline. $35, $32. We're being walked down right now. I don't think that support should hold. And this is kind of like the best the Bears get, right? This is they don't have many opportunities in a bull market, guys. Like, so you just give them just give them. I hate saying that. Like, let them write the book. You know, they write this fucking book all the time, right? It's like this big old book. They're telling you it's going to crash for all these reasons. You let them go through their things, and then the moment that if that book hasn't ended, price is not deep enough, you get like the last chapter or two of the Great Bear. But they are, right? The cards are stacked for them. Like, it's like fumble the ball at the 3-yard line, and then all of a sudden the cards are no longer stacked. You get in the last like the last part of the book, and you go, oh, "Fuck, man." Yeah, we can go over Apple. We're gonna go over Nvidia today too. I'm gonna go over publicly Nvidia. We're gonna go over Nvidia, and then I'll go over Apple for you. There's a few others I want to go over, like LMT, Nvidia. We're gonna touch on some news here. Just quickly, like cursory stuff, like I just went over with you with Trump and with war. We're not gonna go into too much depth today, mostly because of my voice. So we're not gonna go on this rants and raves and all that kind of stuff as we're staircasing down here. Hood. We can look at Hood too. I love Hood. I love Hood. I love Reddit. Like I love Palantir, but I hate them as a company. I'll never trade them. I have an ethical issue with them and humanity. But like I'm still like I got to be objective about this, right? Like most of the street are they're psychopaths, right? Sociopaths and stuff. So I'm still bullish on those companies. I think they're like buy and holds for long periods of time. But I'll look at Hood for you today. I'll look at Apple, LMT, Nvidia Hood, and whatever else comes up my board here. I'll give you something else too because we're in a down market. I normally only give this to membership, but if you want, check us out on tradethetrigger.com. I'll go through Gamma here, and I'm going to go through some Gamma stuff really quickly. We're not in risk off, I can assure you of that. I'm going to post up some tickers that might be more fruitful for you. On spec growth, you want to be looking today at, I think Wi-Fi already did its thing, but Wi-Fi is trying to make a breakout here. WYFI. Keep an eye on this. This one's already breaking out. PTRN. SLDE is trying to break out right now. A-Lab is doing the same thing, trying to break out right now. SNDK had a great kick-ass high. They're pulling back. I still haven't taken along in that company, but I am wanting to take along in that company for a breakout too. So that's what you got for spec growth today. I'll take a look in the heat map and see what's going on, and see if anything's green in the sea of red today. If I can get to it, I will look at now. If any of these stonks are calling out, match the rest of the market, I may not review them, but if they don't, if they're doing something divergent from the rest of the market, yeah, or like the rest of the tickers out there, I'll look at it. Hey, thank you, Will Cammy. I appreciate it. Love you. Thank you. It really does help the show continue. It matters. It does. I just got a bill in this week. I'm no longer like flat. I'm paying. Like I'm trading to pay. Because of inflation. So I appreciate you. I appreciate any of the help you can give. I love you. Thank you. Let's take a look here. Give me just a few minutes here, guys. I can't read the chat at the moment. I love you guys. Give me like 2 minutes. All right, what do we got here? Let's see what we got going on. What's going on in here? Oh, look at that. It's all doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom.
Seeing here comments from Treasury Secretary Bessent says G7 discussions on global imbalances put emphasis on presenting IMF data to.
Whenever we do hit that low, you're going to hear the news squawker guy.
Need to better enforce Iran sanctions by closing.
You'll hear excitement in his voice.
And confiscating property held by firms linked to the Iranian regime.
Oh,
It says G7 countries are working on critical minerals inventory reserves, pricing and price floor mechanisms to keep China from undercutting alternative supply efforts. And Bessent says Asian allies need to better police Iran's shadow fleet to prevent transfer of Iranian oil to non-sanctioned tankers. 2-year US Treasury note yield rises to 4.137%.
All right, here we go. Looks like the market looks like a damsel in distress, like it needs a savior here. Let's see if we can find one for it. Let's put this up here. What is that? It's like is that the Merry Month of May color? This looks like April though, doesn't it? This yellow. See if we can make it a little bit brighter. There we go. Palantir, you gonna do that one too? Okay. I will look at them in the background and see what's up. Turn that off. Give me one quick second here, guys. I got a few things I got to do. Inflation fears are rising. Every time you hear me with a deep voice, because the bears are talking to you. Inflation fears are rising. Give the bears a big hard on. Just want to show this here. This is the wing. Right, wing on wing. This one right here. This one right here. This one right here. And then that one right there. Does that make sense to you guys? Bat wings. Watch that closely, okay? Market's trying to turn up right now. I still get alerts for RR. I haven't taken a trade on it. I have alerts right now for UPST. Let me just look at these here. Dude, why am I having really slow internet here? I shouldn't have slow internet. I'm still good at 700. 750 on upload. Oh God, Door of Doom looms as 30-year soars to 19-year high after two huge treasury block sales. It's not really doom. We can fight inflation in the long end. Like if market and the bond market believes it's not as doomish as you think, we can fight inflation with the long end of the curve and then deal with the stank market with the short end. It's all one big trade. Momentum euphoria is cracking. Here's how Goldman is hedging to the coming hangover. Oh, God. Oh, God. Let me just look at some of this here.
The USSR 100.
They got the fucking book written here.
May 21st to settle on May 26th.
Yeah, this looks about right. Let me show you this something here.
Trump says Xi has promised me he's not sending Iran weapons.
I mean, this is about what I'm thinking too. Something like this.
Had an amazing time in China.
This is And this is about what I'm thinking here. See what they don't show you. What they don't show you in this is, yeah, okay. So they want this right here, right? But what does this show right here? Like, here's your high right here, right? But then you've got another high right there. That's your summer high. And then you're coming back down in here into the fall. And then what do? Staying in the bubble, right?
Trump says we're not leaving Iran yet, going to do it right.
I mean, and then you got a new high right here for summer. You have another new high. This is 2.5 months in. There's a new high. There's another high. And then you've got like unclench and like bear raid, but then you've got more highs to come. So like you're looking at this and it looks really bad, right? But it's not.
Trump says there may be other initiatives to keep gasoline down.
Man, they're fucking, I kid you not, guys. They put the fucking fear into long, short momentum factor returns around 3-month rallies of plus 20%, 11 episodes since 1980. Cautious optimism, supply, Goldman 1 Delta sees dominant narrative shift from AI to rates. I agree with the rates thing, but I think it's more of a fear thing. No one wants to address the issue that Warsh wants to use the long end to temper inflation, and they're going to run it hot. They don't want you to know that they're going to run it hot with rates, with short end rates. I don't think you're going to get a rate hike here. I don't think you're getting any rate hikes. I think the first time you're going to get a rate hike is probably seasonal weakness. If Warsh is going to use rates to tame the market and use the long end to fight inflation and then let it run hot for debt, I don't think you see like rate hikes. I don't think you see them. I think you see it I think you see the bond market play along with the long end. I'm going to look at RR right now. I did stop getting reports on it. Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. I'll show you what I have on. I'll show you what I have on them. So I had them coming here, and then I've got alerts here. I want them down here. And that's where I've always wanted them. We broke through it down here, but I still want that. Like, I want down here in this trend over here. See it right here. So you got to remember that, like, these guys right here, they partied, right? These guys right here partied. And the first question is, do they buy this? Looks like they did. But I like this major trend right here. I like that one right there. So I'm still waiting. I'd like to still see it down here. Still bullish on it though. I am bullish on this RR here. You can look back in time right here. They're making new highs. It's a nice ticker, regular ticker. So you're basically looking for this here. Up like this, and then I don't think that's the one. Maybe. If it starts improving, you could add above the weekly trigger. If you see like a breakout up here, you could start chasing this. I'd like to see one more plunge down here. Pain, and I would really like to see that. That's a big trade right there. Dollar. Dirt cheap, right? This one was $1.50 or something. So in it for the long haul. RR. I like them. If they break above their weekly, you can start chasing it. I like them to $10 too. I think it's like I think it's $1. It's not like you're spending $1,000 and it's per share, and then you're going down into the depths of hell. So we beat this one right here, right? Remember what these things look like up here? They tend to look like this, right? You got a high, you got a new high, back down, and then you do your handle. If this thing breaks through them, you get the cup up to the upside, and then we're down, finally going down. See if they can turn this to the upside now. I'm just waiting now, guys. Buyers may be on strike or at least fatigued. I don't think we're fatigued. I think we're just waiting for the monthly low. I'm reading a bunch of headlines here in the background, just trying to see where they think we are. There's a nice trade coming up here to the upside. Let me see if I can draw this out for you guys. There's a new low. Right, like this down here. Man, I'd still like that. I'd still like that 30 being hit down here.
Whatever he wants to.
Still like to see like a fake out down here. I want to wait for this here. I would really like to see that over there. And then have those guys come in. I'd really like to see that big. I'd like to see this new low in here if possible first. So you can, just so you know, I'd like to see like this low, and then there's your two legs right here. This could actually be more like this. Really like to see that. Hold on. Let's start with that one. And then we'll do the back test and the up into the real sellers.
And that concludes remarks from Trump at the ballroom construction site.
Is anyone going to be in New York June 4th through the 8th? I will be in New York City for Tech Week. I was thinking of doing a meetup, and I think I arrive and I have like the first early part of the first day that I'm there. Let me just look at this really quick. If you're in New York City, June 4th through the 8th, if you want to catch a drink or something, I think I can be available on the 4th, which is a Thursday in the daytime. And then I'm available on the 8th on a Monday until like 9 at night. I've got all day free on Monday too, into the evening. If you're in New York City, hit me on a DM. I want to watch this whole thing right here. I'm going to watch all this action right here. I'm going to try to break out. Let's see a few more things here. We're going to go over gamma next. Let's check this 4-hour candle over here. There's a 4-hour indecision candle right now. And 1 hour looks really good. We're about to start turning up, boys. Watch out. $542.21. Target is 742. Hold on, let me just check this really quick. Hold on here.
According to Chinese state media, Putin arrives in Beijing for summit with Xi.
734.97. It's kind of where these guys are right here. $734.98. Right there. That's the target right there. This is the do or die here for bulls. They have to break up here quickly. As we're headed right here. Well, I got to read through some what Trump just went over here. Trump saying, I will let Warsh do what he wants. On Iran and oil prices, it won't be much longer. There will be other initiatives to keep gasoline down. We're not leaving Iran yet. We're going to do it right. Z promised he's not sending Iran weapons. There's been some talk that they are sending weapons there and to Cuba. Beijing arrives in, or Putin arrives in Beijing for summit with President Xi. It's going right to where I have it. You already know it's going there, right? You're going right up there. Give me a second here, guys. I'm still looking at some of this stuff. Let's go look at this together. This is from the website here. We're going to look at net gamma on market. 7,500 still prevalent up here. Trading 7,355 right now. So we're just parked right above this. If you want to see where we are right now, we're parked like right here. 7,330, huge demarcation. Trigger put buying down here. Max pain, 7,075. And theoretically, we're at the bottom right now of net gamma. We need an event to make this gamma matter down here. This is net on SPX. I'll draw this out for you here in just a minute. On 0 date, you want to see this? On 0 date, we have right in here, like 7,390. We're kind of underneath right now. 7,357 is where we're trading right now, which is right here. So we're trading this bar right now on 0 date gamma. And you know they want nothing more than to come up here, sell you back down, trigger all this stuff down here. That's where the payout is. Likely where all the sellers are at, 7,330. Currently trading 7,356 right now. Let's look into the future, though, see what we got going on. This is 1 date. 7,400. 7,340, that's in 1 day. That's on post Vixpiration day. Also a major expiry down here, 7,340. 2 date. Starting to get stopped out up here. You see that? In 2 dates, we have a top that's coming down and a push lower into the weekend. That's 7,300. Let's call it. This is 2 dates. So we do have some room to travel to the downside. That's on Thursday. And then on Friday, remember, too, that there's no edge in this gamma on this 0 date stuff, but it does evolve over time. But for an outlook right here, you can see right here, 7,300 on Friday for a pin. You want to be aware of that for Friday. Major pin here on Friday, 7,300. You do know that looking at this 0 date gamma and net gamma in total, we can go back to net here. So you can see the setup is here, right? You can see like the setup on net is, let me show you this here. The setup on net is to trade into and pin into 7,300. And then underneath this red candle, right, this big red gamma marker, right? So what the market's trying to do right here is trying to blast us down into this, right? Into Friday underneath this 7,330 and force put buying, right? So you force all this put buying, opens the door to trade all this stuff next week. And you could think to yourself that by next week, what do we say for a target? We said 714, right? And if they're successful to get underneath here, where does 714 put us? Right down here, right? You can see it right there. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on.
Your Fed Purdy says plausible path
Uh,
to lower reserve levels.
So you
in
can see the
2023.
machinations are here to do this. Hold on here. You can see through just 0 dates, 1 dates, 2 dates that the market is attempting now to, drive us underneath here, right? Pound, 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 right? Get underneath here by Friday. And then what happens is you create and instill fear into the markets, and they start loading up to hedge underlying all weekend long. And then this stuff all builds out next week. And we want to get down into this here if we can. That's that 7135, 717067, this whole vicinity right here. If we can grab that right there by next week, that would be a great trade. Like next week on at least by Thursday. And they can start talking about this one, then start talking about this one and all these other targets up here into summertime. No, we don't need that. Let me express this on let me express this better on a chart here for you. So make this for Crayon Gang here. So let's go. This is the gamma map for last week. This is roughly right in here is kind of where the target is for end of month, right? By what I just described to you, this is 7150 in here, 705 down in here. So they're looking for, or at least sell side, what they're looking for here into Friday. Where's Friday? No. Oh, there we go. There's Friday right there. The idea is like pound this stuff down, right? Pound this stuff down, right? Just keep pounding it, right? And then you come into Friday over here. We unlock. I went a little bit too far over here. We go down in here, unlock the stuff down here, and then you've got no gamma down here. You force put buying, dealers chase, and then we wind up down here on the 30th. Let's look at this like this. We're going to do SPX gamma. I'm going to bring this over here so that I can use the gamma map for this. So net gamma. What did I do there? Is everything okay? 7330. Sellers want to move price under by Friday to trigger a trade lower to month end. Zero dates. We've got 7330, 7325. Give me a second here. 7330, 7325. So I've got this one. Theoretically, you got this one right here today. You guys all see this? You guys can all see this. So this is what the zero-day complex is looking like today. They want to see this pin down here into the close today. Do 1500 right there. And then on one dates, the 740 still looms to the upside. 7390. One there. 7350. There's another. Wall above here. The 7390 is up here. One date 740. This becomes the wall. This is the rejection that we're looking for up here. And then on two dates, 7435. That's worst case scenario. We should sell this here, but that's worst case scenario. This is two dates, Wednesday, Thursday, 1600. Worst case scenario for upside move. 73 is still the pin. Two dates, and then worst case scenario right there. So squeeze risk, then downside move. There's the 730 down here. This is where you start triggering this stuff. This is Thursday, right? And then on Friday, they want to stay down here. They're going to attempt to keep this in here on Friday. Start triggering this stuff into the weekend. Pin this in if they're successful. Now, there's a word of warning here. There is a word of warning here for bears. We also have a pin at 7,500 on Friday. No, Thursday. We also have a pin down here. If I gotta say something too, if you're a bear, You have to keep price under this level here. Anywhere in here into Friday close. If you don't, there is a major squeeze potential, like violence, to right up here. So there's two or three things here. One, it's extremely dangerous right now for a squeeze. You have the ability right now, though, to get down here into the end of today. If you reject this, let's say we reject this up here today. We're up here trying to fight this shit. They send you down here. If we're able to get back down here and hold this, or we squeeze, they're gonna try to send you back down here into Thursday, and like pin you in here. Like truly, if you're a bear, you need this. You need to get all the puts down here, then the squeeze up. Then we come back down and trade this potentially, but this doesn't look good here for this doesn't like you got to be down here like now. Like here's June, right? And like you literally have to like be under here right now. You have to be under here on Friday. Like you really need to be under here on Friday. If you're not, right, or if you are, you have the potential to not unwind, but like build out the gamma down here. Make this go deeper before we start swinging high, and this goes away. So just we'll track this here and see what this looks like, okay? And you want to build all this out down here. The target, if we're able to stay under here at any point, target should be somewhere in this vicinity down here. 715, somewhere in here. This is where the buyers should come in. You got those guys right there. You got these guys right here. And if you're a seller, you need to be like Johnny the Spot down here right now. You need to be down here on Friday. You need like some kind of like war, fear, and doom over the weekend, that kind of stuff. And then you can start dropping. Suck this stuff back up and get out of here. But right now, this is what the gamma map looks like. Something just like this. And this is where the bears need to be. They need to be down here. None of this is unlocked right now. You got to be under here, and you got to be under here, and you got to be going into a weekend, like this weekend, with like down inside of here, and then have the re-upping of puts to protect long underlying for the weekend. You got to be under there by Friday close, in my view. And there's squeeze risk today into tomorrow. Tomorrow into Wednesday. Just check this really quick. So we got 0 dates, 1 dates, 7,400, 2 dates, 7,435, and 7,050. Yeah, you gotta be under this. There's the only saving grace right now is that we're at 735 right now. You gotta keep us pinned under here. If you're a seller, you need to keep us pinned under here. You need to be down here. What is that on? This is Thursday, May 26th, 2:30 in the afternoon. You want to mark that line. And there's the gap fill over here. There's the gap fill right there. up there. You can see the mechanics of it. Like, I see the mechanics of that down move, but you got to get down there. If you're a bear, you got to like this one right here, you got to sell this one hard. You got, like, in my view, you got to sell that one hard before you even get to this stuff here. Do I have that right? These guys are down here. There's the young Jim Bros. Like, I'll be honest, if I'm a bear, I wouldn't like that up there at all. This, you can get sucked up into this one. Like, if you're a bear, you need to be the seller right here. It's on the young Jim Bros. They have to knock this fucker down big into end of day. Nope. Well, let's see if we'll give the bears the chance on this one, okay? What did I say that was? Thursday, 2:30? Thursday the 26th at 2:30, or it's just Thursday the 26th, end of the day. Look at this. What did I say it was? Thursday the 12th. Right here. You need to be below this right here. Let's just push this right here. I mean, you were there, but you got to get under there. Like, you have to get down in here. Damn bulls. Or bears, I should say. Bears need to be down here. I'm not going to draw this in, but you got to fucking sell this. Like, you don't have a choice. In my view, if you're a bear, you have to sell this up here. There's a lot of squeeze risk in here. If you're a bear, you need to sell this. Take this thing down here into the close today. You need to trigger some fear. Otherwise, this is bottom. This is like literally market bottom right here. Move that one up now, right here. We'll see if those 12 p.m. flows turn into sellers. CLSK, yeah. I just got done with Gamma, so you kind of know where you are in Gamma. So the top line on Gamma, there is a lot of squeeze risk here against bears. You have to understand that. There is potential for the bulls to take you from court to court to the end of the week to 7,500 on Friday close. Like, literally 1,600 hours Eastern Standard Wall Street time. The bears, I'm telling you, the bulls can rip your faces off. you must, as a seller, defend 736.22, and you must defend 742.43, but I think you might be late at that point. In all honesty, I think you should be defending this zone right here if you're a seller. What else? In my view, I think that a bear needs to be deeper into the close on Friday to create fear and panic. If you do that, you can trigger that put buying. You can chase price down into the weekend. You can, we can worry about the rest of it later. If you don't, they're gonna rip your faces off. This is the bottom of the market in net. So I want you to know that we are sitting literally in the bottom of net gamma. Next trade for bears is not here. It's above on a rejection. Okay, so we did gamma. We kind of get a gist of where we are in market expectations and where it's going to go. What else? We did gamma. I'm going to fly through some charts really quick and see if I can help anyone here on a trade that they're in. I saw a bunch of people asking for other tickers, so I'll fire through these in the background quietly and see if there's anything worth looking at. If you are a member, we do track Apple every day. All day long, every day, 24 hours a day. Apple, I'd like to see a new low. I'd like to see Apple give up, I'd like to see Apple trade like somewhere near 280. I don't know if it can, but I would like to see it happen before month end. You figure, we can look at this one really quick. Let me see. Let's go look at Apple really quick here. Okay, so here's Apple. Apple, of course, hit $300, big round numbers, right? You know that there's going to be people stepping off, taking profit here. You do know that you're either waiting for an all clear sign above 300. That would mean there's going to be profit taking on a big round number, right? The street's dumb. Zeros and fives, right? So they're taking the money. Street wants to see this deeper to take it higher. I want you to think about this like everything else we talk about around here, where it's zeros. Did we look above or did we reject? We looked above. So that's bullish, right? If you had a next target on this, it'd be 302.50, right? We already hit that one too, didn't we? See it right there? 302.50, that's bullish. And you're trying to trade basically 310, right? There's not a lot of juice here, is there? Not a lot of juice. You assume that at 300, they're rolling their calls to 310, 320. And they don't want these things to print until what? Until your calls are dead, right? So mid-June, mid-July potentially for a new high up here. So if that's the case, I want to look at this initiation here. We took this up, right? Party time. Woohoo. And so where would I like to see Apple be? Right where these guys are down here. Or these guys right here. So I would like to see that come down. Gives a juicier trade, doesn't it? This gives a nice, we said 3%, right? And that's 12% down there. It's at 3% on SPY. This right here would be 10% by mid-July. So you're outperforming the market if we can get down here. So do you want to know where I think we should go? Or I would love to see us go. I'd like to see us go down here. and then call that. Maybe keep this really simple. Mid-July, right there. So here's mid-July 15th. That's, I mean, I'd keep it simple. That's what I'd like to see. Doesn't mean we can't go up here and like hit this up here, get put in a new high up here. Maybe, but I want that trade right there. That's what I want. I want this one. Set some alerts down here, set an alert down here, and wait to see where we are on like the low for May. If we can get down there. Hang tight here. Yeah, I'm good there. I feel good with that. I like that. I'd even take this one. Oh, let's just draw this out. Here, we'll just draw the entire thing out. Hold on. There's a gap in here, 270s. Here's your weekly target right here. This is where what they really want down here. Back this month really quick. They want this too down here. It's like what is that? What was that percentage drop? I want to show you what the Bears want. Oh yeah, 21% down move on Apple. We'll talk about that only if we get there, okay? Bears, dude. We're gonna deal with this one right here. Bears, dude. It has to come down if we went up that much. It has to come down that much, right? I'm like, no, it doesn't. It does not. Goddamn bull market. 288.62. That's my target. To a pin. It's going to be a miserable fucking time going down there, too. They're going to scream the entire... Like, the Bulls are going to scream and the Bears are going to scream. Christ. It's going to be, like, it's going to be something like this. Where's the fucking end of the month? Fucking savages. Oh. These fucking savages over here. Right about there. Oh, that's gonna be right there, right? No. Right here. There. Doesn't work over there. Matter of fact, this is probably better right here. About there. It's all dicking around in here. I don't care about any of this. We can even go up there. I don't care if we go up there, down there, down there, down there. Obviously up there. $308.50. And of course, you'd like to get those new month flows in there, backtest all that stuff up there. And then there's the mid-July, maybe 312 or something like that. Something like this. Here's your back tests. This is beginning, or this is OPEX for June. Perfect. Sell it down into fucking a new month. Buy it up again. And then you end up getting, what you end up getting in here is you end up getting a new high, of course. That one right there. You can see it right there. It's perfect. So you can see it. See it. There's prior high, prior high. Trap you in because of the 50 bullshit. Back up, fight, 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 fight. And then this becomes like sideways over here, down into the fall. We lose the daily trigger. You can see that Apple should lose the daily trigger in here. And then we do the fucking nonsense bullshit over here. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Take it down into the weekly triggers right here. Bounce around. These guys seem to think we're going to crash. I don't think so. I think we're going to go back up here to the end of the year. Then I think you're going to get a bear raid. And then that's going to be nasty, but just, that's Apple.
Russia's Rizan oil refinery halted operations after
Makes sense.
Ukrainian drone attack on May 15th.
I want the dip. You want the dip. 288.62. My target. That's where I want to buy. And I don't care about any of this topping bullshit in here. The one thing I will let you know about this stuff here is that when you're doing this distribution here, the high may not be in. It's possible to put another high in, and they suck you right back down again. And then you're higher. This could be Nvidia. Tag that up there. There is that potential. You could theoretically say you could even go up here, but it's still straight back down. There's just going to unload on you. This is where the real buy is, down here. And there's momentum on your side. You're not fighting it anymore. This is Apple. Be patient. I'll go back to the main screen here. Check back and see what we're doing. Stalling. See the stalling going on? We're stalling, stalling. They really want this new low down here. You can see it. You're trying to turn this into a new leg here. For the close. We got Gamma done. We've got Apple done. Let me look at LMT really quick. I'm going to look at CLSK. That's Clean Spark. I like Clean Spark. I'm a fan of it. I like Clean Spark for up from here. I like it. Love it. I've got it going up too. It's hit its marks for me. I'm going to hit my alerts too. The lows, I was looking for a low of 619. We got all the way down to 716. There is one more low at $3.33, but all the structure looks good. I'm a fan of Clean Spark here. I'd like to see equal legs on Clean Spark. I'd like to see it trade $22, $24 somewhere in there. Let me just check now really quick. Let's see what the adjustment is on now. How the far the mighty has fallen on Clean Spark, huh? Let me just look at Clean Spark against not Clean Spark, excuse me. Service now. Hold on. Let's take a look at this one here. We're going to look next at Service Now. Hang tight. I got to get through some of this. I already had some requests. I got to get through them. So, it's hard. Okay, so this is Service Now. How far the mighty have fallen would be the way to look at this, right? Service Now finally joining in to give back its gains from the 2020 move. I'll be honest with you. I want to see Service Now down here. I want to see that. I'll be honest with you. I want to see it down here. That's where I want to see it. Now, hold on here. Oh, shit, I'm on the wrong chart here. Delete. Sorry, I got to write delete because I'm going to get rid of this because I don't want it. This is an important thing I'm trying to do here. Hold on. Okay, so here's Service Now. I will say this on Service Now. For giving back the trade from 2020, you are looking for volume. I hate volume for moving up. Everyone loves it. They misinterpret what volume is. I am looking for major volume in here. There is some major volume here. There's accumulation going on already. You can see it in here, but I want to see like a spike like that one. Like we're buying. Not crazy like that, but you know, like maybe a little bit more. And I honest to God, I want to see this. I would love to see this get taken out right here. So you're gonna have pure candlesticks. I mean, you could say that this was the dip right here. These guys right here. I'm assuming this is what they were trying to buy. This right here. Yep, that makes sense. There's a gap right here that's closed. I'll be honest though. I would love to see it like come straight back down here, and that was the actual unclench. That's what I would like to see. Something like this. I don't know what this squeeze is. I don't know if this is July, though. It means like we come back down here, then up here for July, and then we're back down here for the fall. But I would like to see this down here. Just me. Now, we got to look at this in a few other ways, okay? We're going to compare this to ADSK. No. Nope. No. Oh, damn it, hold on. There we go. Now, Autodesk is a very similar company to... That's looking about right, right? This is trading in line. I'm kind of bearish on Autodesk in a way. I think Autodesk offers a better payout if you're bearish on this. Let's see where Google is. Google's another competitor. Nope. That's not what I wanted. I want to compare to Google too. I mean, even just this right here, look at this. Google showing way more resilience than Autodesk. It was like, fuck you, we're out of here. Look at this. That's why Google wants to give this up, or like these bears are saying they want this to come back down and match these two over here. You can see it. Let's get rid of you can see why they want to pull Google back into this fold. Think tight here. Just looking at Autodesk, this should be bottom. Intuit, we can look at Intuit. Intuit trade in the same pattern. Sorry, I don't know if you can see this with me. Intuit looks like it's ready for a nut move as well. This looks pretty bullish. Could argue that there's a rotation into now away from Microsoft or from Google. We can look at those two as well. Let's look at Meta. You can see why now. You can see it. This is as clear as day. Like they want this Meta to come down and match up to now. This is the thesis for the bears here. Close the gap on these, right? Like, what do these fucking guys want? We fucking guys want. Fucking guys want down here, right? I can see, like, that's a 55% drawdown on Meta. Oh man. I can fucking see it here. We gotta sell Meta. I'll leave you with this without looking at anything else on ServiceNow. I like where they are. I like the rotation into ServiceNow. Barring market conditions. My only fear here is, like, let's say you're dumping Meta. Like, where does ServiceNow go? It's like Meta starts dumping, whole market's coming down. There goes ServiceNow. And then the spike higher. Maybe you're not rotating into Meta. Meta has a bad summer, doing the thing, and ServiceNow is the trade. There's a couple others too. I think Intuit, I would be looking at them as well. I think Intuit looked good too. Let's look at Microsoft really quick. Oh. I don't care about that stuff. I used to. I don't care anymore. It was never good enough. Dark pool flows. There are. I could talk about this subject if you'd like. I know a little bit about it, more than you think. But if you want, I can. Didn't I already do Microsoft? I thought I already did a Microsoft. Okay, let me just check. So here's what I'll tell you on this. Okay. Yeah, you can see it right here. This is Microsoft. This is the whole base. These guys want. I'll tell you what. These fucking guys want all these fucking like they want Meta. They want Microsoft. Yeah, they want a rejection up here. Bring this shit down. This is where it gets you the down on ServiceNow, of course. This is literally the basis for these fucking bears. I shit you not. That one, those three are high, and these three are not. So I need these to come back into symmetry. There's a divergence between all these other stocks. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't know that translates though into a down market. We're going to talk about dark pools really quick. Someone asked a question about dark pools and volume. So let's talk about volume, dark pools, all that kind of shit. Big block trades, that kind of stuff. So top line, this is all you really need to know. I'm serious. Top line, what you need to know. Volume bars. A lot of traders use volume bars like intraday stuff. Like we get 5 or 15 million on your favorite ticker. It's going to move higher. For me, how I look at volume is this. So you're like, let's say you're going down, right? Down, not up. When you hit this inflection point, that's where you get your volume. And that's implying that we're going to move higher. It's implying that. Okay. Now, you're not going to get the movement that you're looking for usually from any volume thereafter. It just stops price. So once these big players remove themselves from the market and you go into low volume, that is where you get the actual move. So you can like sit down here and then you get that low volume pump. So I like low volume pumps. I like when there's not as many players in the market. Like once all you're doing all your trade and the street's done doing the trade, and hedge funds, family offices, everybody, the street, I don't care. Once they're done, then you can start talking about low volume pumps. Like low volume to me is where you get the biggest rips. Okay. Now when it comes to like dark pools and block trading, weekend trading, all that kind of stuff, and like, does it matter? And I'll do this right now, but when it comes to like all the stuff that you read, right? Like 3 years ago, there was a very small headline that came out where the banks sued 3 companies, like my company, and not my company, but what one of these flow companies was doing, or 3 of these flow companies were doing, was they were tracking the block trading that was coming in and out of the market at specific time periods. And rather than saying this is GS or this is JPM, they just started to assign numbers to them. Like they came into the market with, I don't know, fucking 736,518 shares. So what they were doing, what these companies were doing, was they were labeling them like this is 101, this is 201, this is 301. And then as time passes, when those shares would then be sold, they would say, okay, this is 102, 201, or 202, excuse me, 302. And so they were assigning numbers, and then they were taking some guesses based upon the banks coming out and saying, oh, we did this and we did that post. And so before you know it, these flow companies were tracking the positioning of the banks. A few years ago, they got sued by the big banks because they consider that trade secrets. Why they do block trading? They'll do block trading on weekends outside of the U.S. to not make to not have to report for like 72 hours, and the second reason is to not impact the market as much. And when they do it in U.S. market and block trading, they normally have to offset those trades with 0-day calls if they're bearish and 0-day puts if they're bullish. To not disturb the market.
Governor Ueda says the latest GDP data are mostly in line with our forecasts. The Middle East situation has begun to impact.
I do have a problem with. I would tell you that those flow companies, there's probably a few of them still doing it. There was one called. I'll have to look them up. Hold on. There was one that was successful at doing this stuff. Let me look it up here. I used to belong to him years ago, but I still never felt like I had an edge. Something Flow it was called. I was a member of them. I'll look them up and find out who they are. Flow something. And what they were doing was they were getting rid of all the noise of flows, and then they were just focusing on the ones that mattered.
Continuing to strengthen.
And they had very clean, like they had very. It was one of the cleanest flow services I've ever been a part of. But I still don't find that there's an edge from that personally. I don't see any edge in it.
Near flat now.
So here's my take here on. We'll get back into the flow stuff in a minute.
I am aware that long-term interest rates.
So this is ServiceNow, right? Let's look at this on a higher, or let's look at this now like this. 60 and 80, right? I kind of know where I am, I think. Nope. Leave. I personally would like to see a little. I mean, I said I want to see the 40, but I don't think you're going to get it. I mean, I'd like to see it, but let's just look at this on a monthly basis here. You have not taken this out yet. Not that I can see. Hold on a second here. We'll do this in a minute. I think ServiceNow has a chance of ripping. None of this matters. None of that matters. All right, that's good. We're just looking back in time over here. Right here. Higher lows. This is the big buy right here. Check out one other thing over here. This is 2020 right here. Start of the trade. There's a little gap right here. See a little gap right there? It's up, back testing it. And there's this gap right in here. That's where it really took off in there. You see already they swooped in and grabbed that right there, right? See that in 23? They came right in. And they already bought that one. That one right there. It's like worst case scenario. This is the worst case scenario that I see right down here. Best 2 months coming up. I don't even care about that. The only thing I care about is right there. So there's service now. I do like this ripping thereafter. There's your prior high to beat. There's your monthly trigger right there. Take that bad boy out there. And then you're now closing that gap right there. Just like that. That's what I want to see on service now. Up like this. And matter of fact, I don't like this at all. I do like that. Break that one, break this one, break that one. There's your out. And this is also 2020. Complete. Do not believe that this market is not accumulation and distribution. Do not believe it. This is the prime example. This is the completion of the end of the trade. You have to get these guys to capitulate over here. I would love to see this be like, ready? I would love for that last fucking holder of now to be like, pain. Fuck you. There's all your stops. Now buy it again. That's what I would like to see. You wash out the last fucker, and they'll be so fucking miserable they've been in it since 2020, and then they're going to see it move. Flush out the last asshole down in here. That's what I've got on service now. I like accumulating service now. I'm not a hater of service now. I just know that accumulation distribution is bigger. That's it. It's all that matters. But I like the accumulation of service now. I just like the idea here of taking every last fucking bull out of it. But I'm a fan of it. I'm not against service now. No, it's not Cheddar Flow. Cheddar Flow sucked. Sorry, Cheddar Flow. Let me make sure I got that right. No, maybe it was Cheddar Flow. Hold on. Maybe I liked Cheddar Flow. Let me look. Is that who I liked? Cheddar Flow? Yeah, it was Cheddar Flow. I'm wrong. It's changed a lot over the years, huh? That's my favorite flow company, I think. Huh? I do put out weeklies. Expected move? I put out weekly expected move. And I update it every day. I do a 1 hour, a 4 hour, a daily, and a weekly. I even give you updated expectations as we move. So like, let's say like the butterfly effect or whatever. Like, let's say I've got SPY going up here into like December, and if we like break down underneath, I move this all down. Is it cheddar flow or did I get it wrong? I thought it was cheddar flow. No, I think if you go into cheddar flows, they might have stopped doing it though too. No, we have to backtrack here a little bit. I gotta address some stuff. Cheddar flow. I don't know if they do this anymore. If it's them, I think it's them. I looked on their website just now. I think it's them. If it's cheddar flow, what they used to do is they used to track the block trades on another one of their pages. I don't know if they still do that or not. They might have been stopped. They may have been sued into not doing it anymore. So they might not be able to do that anymore. So there might be a case of that where cheddar flow is wrong frequently, but it could be because of that court case that they're not doing it any longer. Now, I'll look into it. I'll try to find out if that's who I was a member of. But if it was cheddar flow, they were fucking great at one time. I just don't know if they're doing it anymore. That's why I brought up the court case. Weekly expectations, I post them for members. They know what we're doing. Expected moves on an intraday, weekly basis, monthly basis, quarterly basis, and we keep them updated throughout always. So if you're ever like wondering why I don't post them, it's because it's on the website. Oh, you mean from calculated expected move I get from options implied? I don't trade options implied expectations on the week. I'll trade like expected moves on adding and subtracting opening and closing prices with prior day, just like pivots. I'll do you want to see it here? Like I can calculate that same option move with just pivots, range expansion and all that. If you want to see it, I can show it to you every Monday if you want. If you remember, you get that too. So here, I can show it to you on now if you want. I can calculate them on any time frame. You want to see it? So this is weekly expectations. I got monthly. I got 3 months. I got 6 months. I got 12 months on that. We can do 1 day here. If you want. We need to go to an hour basis though. There's your expected move. This is your expected price range here. And mostly it's, you'll see here too, it's a good question, by the way. These are Sigma moves in here. You don't ever expect this. This is a 2 Sigma move, 4 and 5. Bears tend to get more 2 Sigma moves than bulls. Right here.
The S&P 500 pairing losses now down around 0.5%.
Start squeezing, boys.
Just seeing a leg to the downside, still up 0.3.
So this is, just so you can see this, this is your daily expectations. This is your weekly. So like your intraday range for today is expected to be a 1 to 2 Sigma move, right? Or a 1 Sigma move, excuse me. So your range in here, this is your PP line, PP, right? Here's your upside move right here. Now you're expected to do your downside move over there. See it? Or up here, I should say. And this is R3. This is extreme up here. Our S3 is extreme down here. So this is like your expected right in here. On a weekly basis, if you want to look at the weekly on this particular ticker, we can. And these lines change every week. They get really big and really tight. So you can kind of see if we're going to be range bound for the week. So you can see, look, these change every week. Like you'll see these change, like they'll squeeze and they'll expand, squeeze and they'll expand based upon price action. Here's a week. Want to see what a week looks like? See in a second, I'll calculate it up for you. And watch now. Now it's not working. It's not doing its thing here. It's breaking on me. There we go. These are weekly expectations here. And these change every week. Let's just check the market really quick. Coming in and mess around with the young Jim Bros up here. This is where if you're a seller where you want to be selling. So you can see it. Do you want to see do you want to see this weekly for SPY maybe? I can show you that if you want. How about this? How about when we close on Friday, I'll give you the weekly expected move in my end this Friday, and you can watch his video and then tell me if they're the same. You want to do that? You want to do it on Friday? I can do it on Friday. That's when I can calculate it too, after 6 p.m. on Friday. I'll do it for you. I'll send you my numbers for next week this Friday. And then you send me your numbers. All right? We'll do that together. Okay? I'll show you the weekly expected move with options on Friday for next week. I bet they come in line. Watch this here. Young Jim Bros up here. Just note that the upside target that I have is right here. You see that right here? Be very careful of sellers coming out right here. The first batch should be right here. And then we'll make our way up here. Be careful of the sellers up in here, right on that line right there. 734.97. Hang tight there, guys. Hang tight there, guys. I got to answer a question. I'm talking to David AMS right now. I'm going to find out right now. I'm going to stack them up for you. This is PT1. This is PT2. Oh boy, look at that squeeze. This is the T's right here. These are where the sellers are right here. We ain't in buying right now. We're in selling. 3. Here's PT2. Excuse me. This is where all the sellers are right here. Dirty, 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 dirty dog bears. That's your first PT for the roll. All we got to do is slam the put button right at the right time. You guys ready? Remember, these aren't your good PTs. These are your bad PTs. These are sell PTs, not buy PTs. Not like buying. Yeah, getting here, buying. We're getting into sell side now. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Feeling it. Hold on a second here, guys. Hang tight here, gents. Oops, sorry about that. Thanks. Yeah, I like that. Are the bears here? Are they here? I was wondering if they were here. We got to get them out here. I mean, the one thing about being a bear is, oh, it just gets you so itchy. You want some bear music? All right, I could potentially get you some bear music. It's possible. Bears assemble. Fucking bears. They're trying to sell this watch. I start getting itchy too. You want the bear music today? Maybe we'll have to do should we go back and do this one worked last Friday, didn't it? We did when we dip or something, that song. Yeah, let me check here, see if I get any bear music for you guys. Well, hold on. Let me see here. Porn. No, it's not under porn. Feet porn. Nope, not under feet porn. Which one is it under? Feet pics. Nope, not seeing it there. Hold on here. Bear music. Where's bear music? I gotta go under B. Heavy metal. I haven't been making any money off of looking haven't been making any money off of Google AdSense there for the past few weeks. Hold on, let me log in. Oh shoot, I should have logged in under I gotta log in under my Twitch handle so that it's royalty free. Let me see what I got here. Oh. Nope. Okay, hold on here.
Bank of Japan's Ueda says, I'll closely work with the government on the Japanese government bond market situation.
Hang tight 1 second here, guys. Let's see here. I gotta be careful what I use for music. I pay for music here. Hold on. Oh God, look at that. I'm getting really bared up right now. What do I just put? Angry? How does angry work? Angry drum and bass? Here, drum and bass maybe? Mood, angry? Yeah, we can do that. Give me a second here. Oh, that one's good. I'm not liking this music. Well, that was pretty rough. That's pretty good. Consider, guys. That one's pretty good. It's a pretty good song. It's not bad.
I've been here waiting some time, waiting for you to run.
I don't know what that's all about right there. We ain't playing that. Can you see that over there? I'll leave it over here. Come on, squeeze. There's that squeeze up there, right there. You see him up here? Right there. Hold on a second, guys. Is it this one right here? It's this one right here, isn't it? We haven't played this fucking song in forever. It's been years. Hold on, whoa, hold on here, hold on. We gotta turn that up. We turn the volume up on that stuff. There we go. That's so much better. You haven't heard this in a long time, right? Is that the whole song? Oh, I think I had a better version of this song. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? I'm totally. No, I just lost the money for today. There we go. Looks like we're gonna squeeze first, boys. We're gonna have to shift back to buy the dip in a minute. This is a David Amos special right here. So it's PT1 right here. It's PT2. I can tell you one second here, guys. Sorry about that. I've got my dogs are going wild right now.
Keep in mind, we're shortly expecting a White House press briefing with US Vice President Vance. The live video is on TV.
Turn this down for hang tight for a second here, guys. Getting like ragdolled here. I got Vance coming out right now at a key inflection point. Should squeeze and pop and roll.
U.S. Secretary of State Rubio is going to be visiting India on May 23rd to 26th, discussing energy security, trade, and defense cooperation, according to a statement from the U.S. State Department.
I'm just going to pause everything here. I've got Vance coming out.
On May 22nd for the NATO foreign ministers meeting.
You guys see that on the screen over there? They're already late for the presser here. Hold on, I've got a really wonky
A few moments ago on the Texas Senate primary, he just endorsed the Attorney General down there, Ken Paxton, for the Senate race.
it's a hot mic that's playing in the background.
On Capitol Hill, John Thune, who is backing John Prince for that seat. There's also a lot of talk about Ebola right now. Ebola seems to warrant some guidance as well with Americans who are exposed to Ebola being celebrated in Germany right now.
Hang tight just one second here, guys. I've got news breaking right now.
By the way, California's Governor Gavin Newsom is in Washington right now, along with other 28 potential candidates. We'll see if Vance, and I know, run might have some.
This is one right here, right? What do we got here? This is only one right here. 1, 2, 3. There's 1, 2, and 3 up here.
And then, of course, the Deputy Attorney General, acting Attorney General,
Apparently they're only
take that fund.
yeah, Brian, if you want a robo instead of just live every direction. Every direction. Something is
He's coming on the stage right now.
Here.
You know Trump's on this trade right now, right?
Because you're getting audio from Red State.
If you see the bulldozer, it's like on the top of
This is this.
No, I just walked over there and it's going out. One of the Rangers. They just, what time do you want
We
to go?
took it out from over last time because we were doing live chat.
No, this was going up to the thing, and then I started getting the pool reports. I was like, oh, this is going to work out. So I snuck in about 30 minutes early. I went up about 10.
Looks like he went up and stepped down, or maybe it was somebody else.
So New York, can we put our RoboCam out on Lighthouse 1 for you guys? Yeah.
Think tighter, guys.
That's I should guess. Yeah.
Can I bring this?
Just for now. You want a wide shot of the room instead? Yes, I can control this one.
Let's see if I can show this video to you guys. Hold on here. Thought I had a YouTube center thing. Where is this thing? Live White House press briefing. That might be it. There we go. This is the presser that's going on right now. There we go. It's a better. I think that looks better on screen, at least. He might not even need this much. He's kind of a short guy, isn't he? What is he, like the height of a couch or something? Right in there. That's what we need. A lectern for ants. Goddamn Snap, dude. I gotta fucking sell Snap. I don't know why I bought that shitco down on the bottom. I gotta wait there for like... Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Post Vixpiration Day. Ooh, puts are juicy right now. They're expensive. What do we want to see this trade? What's the weekly low expectation? $728. I'm tired, guys. What are 728s right now for tomorrow? Ooh, 61 cents. They still hit me for the copyright. So, like, I play it. So what happened was earlier, I play it. So it's really fucked up. Like, ooh, how did I just lose that? Sorry about that. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta move a Discord conversation I'm having here. I gotta chat. No, what they do is this: is they so I pay for to license music, and I used to pay, or I used to get my music from YouTube, and they changed all their rules. They now have like it's free, and then it's no longer free, so they'll pay you, and then they start monetizing your prior videos. The problem with this is that over the years, you have all this IP, and you're licensing it out eventually to someone else. And so it's like a way for... I'm not hearing anything right now, by the way. There's no audio here. Looks like they cut out the hot mics. So anyways, licensing is a really fucked up thing right now. Everyone wants their hands in licensing your stuff or rights to your stuff. You used to be able to get around it with Twitch. You could, like, Twitch won't record your music, and then they'll dump it before you, your live stream becomes a video. They actually mark out copyrighted stuff, and they just remove that audio from your stream. YouTube doesn't. It's like YouTube used to be a kind of a thing where you could get music in the public domain, and you wouldn't have to pay any money, and then in the fine print, they tell you that they'll come back in and they'll hit you for that stuff. It's this big fucking process, and then it's like a big pain in the ass because you got to edit out the music. You have to like record the show on YouTube. Then when it becomes a video, it's removed. You have to like manually remove it. So then I switched away from YouTube, and they still hit you for the copyright on that stuff, even the free music, free catalog music, and you can't. I tried to fight it. And if you fight it and you lose, they give you a strike, which is bad. You get 3 strikes and you're out. So you get like these trolls out there. They'll put the copyright claim in on free music on YouTube, and it's just not worth your time and effort to fight it. So it's like big long process of bullshit. So then I started paying for music, and even that is something where it's dicey. Like I'll do a stream key to a company that has the rights to music and then link my YouTube account to it, my Twitch account. And even with that, I'll still get dinged. It's so bad right now for music that, I mean, it's so brutal. And then with AI, is brutal too, because they're claiming that they're not copyrighted music, but it is. And then if it gets picked up because of a few notes, it becomes a huge problem. So anyways, it's just a clusterfuck. And it's always been a clusterfuck. So I either have to like, this is a horrible thing to say. if I play the game, right, with all of this, what I would do is I wouldn't care about music. If I play their game, like this is a whole game. Like Vance is still not out here, by the way. This is what a fucked up shit is. When you start streaming or anything like that, right? You make a show or something, like, you get to so many followers. Like, I think on YouTube, I have like 10,000 followers or something. Anyways, we streamed like YouTube, Twitter, Kick, Yuvu, I think, and then Twitch and some other places. Anyways, I got to deal with copyright across all those different platforms. Then they want me to play a game. So the game is fucked up. You have to literally sell your soul to the devil. Like if I didn't care, like if I just started playing music and said fuck all that, let them keep all that money, I would like then be forced to like buy fake subs, fake viewers, fake comments in the streams, in the videos afterwards. Same thing on all my social media accounts. Like nothing works being au naturel. And the reason they want you to do this is because what ends up happening is they get their cut of the copyrighted stuff while you're now getting sponsors. So like I'm making my money off the sponsors. Everything is fake. Like you wouldn't believe the number of people that you watch out there where there's a lot of what they're doing is bullshit, fake, like literally fake. So I refuse to do that. It's hard to explain, and it's horrific when you get down that hole, because then you don't care about the monetization. Then they're keeping all of your monetization one way or other. You can play whatever you want for music. Now you're a big time streamer, big time this, big time that. We still get like, I think we do 2 or 3 million viewers a year. Last year we had 2 or 3 million that I could track. This year we're on like 6 million or something stupid across all platforms. Like we have across all platforms, and then the recasts, we're somewhere around 10 to 20,000 real viewers. You can't buy that shit. You can't buy it. No matter what I know when you guys watch other shows, you're like, this guy's trading futures right now. He's got 40,000 viewers. It's all fucking fake. They don't have 40,000 viewers. I'm telling you. You wouldn't believe it, dudes. And I know all about this. I've been taught how to do it. I refuse to do it. It's like I meet with those people, you know, I go to here and there, and I meet those people that do this stuff. They have stables of streamers. And when I say, I don't want to say who they is, but I know who they are. It's prop firms. It's I don't want to say who these people are because I know some of these guys. I get contacted by crypto people. Like they call me right up, like, hey man, I'll pay for this, I'll pay for that, I'll do whatever you need to do, pump this, pump that, put this, sponsor this, who cares? And you play the music you want, do whatever you want to do, and that kind of stuff. And I want nothing to do with it, so I don't need that money. Our community supports everything we do here. I'm not here to like get rich off this or any of that kind of stuff. I make my money in all kinds of other fucking places, so I don't need it. That's a rule of what we do around here. So if you ever see me sponsor something, like ever, you ever like see me sponsor something, it's gonna be genuine. And I've had those offers too, and I've refused some of them too. You guys actually know some of these companies that have offered too. I think I've mentioned who's offered sponsorships. Bookmap offered one sponsorship, and they're legit, and I would take their sponsorship. I never responded to them though. I wasn't ready to do it. You become beholden to these people too. You got to remember, like, they get a message out, you got to put the message out. I'm beholden to nobody, not a goddamn soul, not a single soul. I don't know a fucking thing, and I think the people that work with us love that too. There's a part of what we do here that's like, it's so easy to sell out and get rich. Like, I mean, filthy fucking rich. These guys, I can't tell you, like, these streamers from these, like, if they're telling you what to do, right, it's like, You know, just the streaming is like millions. It's millions, like tens of thousands of dollars every week. And I want nothing to do with it. I don't need it. I'm a rich guy, dude. I do what the fuck I want. I don't know a goddamn soul. I own my membership in my community. That's who I'm beholden to. So no, I'm not doing it. He's fucking. It's like a pirate ship around here. These guys will fucking. They'll make me walk the plank one day. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with this right here. I'm here to sell. I'm here to sell this either right now or I'm here to sell this on the squeeze up here. I'm a seller here. I'm pretty buried up here, so. I just need to hit this target right here to start thinking about it. I just want to see what Vance has to say if he says something catastrophic that starts, you know, big red bar to the downside. How many Porsche? I don't do that stuff. Like I'm a really simple guy. Like a lot of people here know me in my private life. Like they know me in real life. It's like, here's some crazy shit. Like, I really put money into things that I care about. Like I don't care about cars. If it fucks, floats, or flies, you rent it. Shouldn't say that, but I like cars, but not like everyone else does. I'd prefer to like fly somewhere and piss away $100,000. I'd rather go to like the nicest resorts in Park City. I'd like to go sleep on a horsehair down. Like they actually have horsehair beds there. I prefer to I like the experiences more than like the limousine, like the what's the big guy who used to say a Lamborghini, right? I'm not into the Lamborghinis. I'm not into that shit. I love good clothing. I like good experiences. I love taking care of like people, like family. I know that a lot of people have a struggle in life, so I try to take care of my friends. I have friends out there that I've taken care of them in life. I really believe in relationships. Like it's served me so well in life. True friendships, right? They pay you dividends decades later. Decades. They fucking pay you dividends. So I'm not into cars. I'm not in that kind of stuff. I do like to dress well. I have had nice cars. I'm not that guy. I guess everybody has their own things that they like to do with their money and stuff. I own a house. I don't pay a mortgage on it. I paid it all off. I own another house. Paid all that off. I own a bunch of land. I save money. I invest in the stock market. Hey, friend. If we meet, I'll do whatever. If anybody has to come out with me, I'll blow thousands on people. There are members in here that I've pissed away thousands on in person. Got out food, got drinks, you name it. So I don't know. I guess each person has what matters to them, and for me, I have a really hard time balancing the act of, you know, like not selling out but also paying the bills and all that fucking stupid shit, and it ain't easy. It's not easy. I should take the path of. Matter of fact, I got called out recently. I got called out. I'm not going to say who this person is. I got called out by one of the biggest like social media managers or whatever. And I think I'm gonna ad-lib this quote, but the quote was he hasn't sold out yet. Why not? He's been grinding for this many years. I'm like, I'm not doing this to fucking become that person. So, that was a real conversation. It was fucked up. It really happened. Take those off. I got to stare at a screen all day long. It was brutal. Like, and of course, no one believes you in public, you know. I should record those conversations, though. I should fucking record them. I was like, want to hear this? I used to show, like, emails on stream and shit. I used to be like, hey, you want to see who contacted me this week? I don't do that shit anymore. I don't need to prove that shit to anybody. I owe nobody but you guys. That's it. If you support this community, right? If you support this show in any way, shape, or form, I owe you guys. That's it. That's it. If we turned to that model, I probably wouldn't charge anymore either. So I guess there's probably some members that like the idea of it too. They're like, just sell out, dude. Then I don't pay anything. I'd probably make like comment all this. The other reason I do the comment thing here too is there's a whole bunch of this. Like all this stuff is like circles touching circles. Like when you make someone pay a few dollars a month, they have skin in the game. So I had a problem with that too. You know who fixed me on that was Winky. I'm gonna throw him under a bus right now. When I first started streaming, I was like like too altruistic. It was like everything has to be free, let everybody comment, all that kind of stuff. And then what we did was we attracted bots, Chinese bots. Remember we had the Russian bots? You guys remember that? How many of you here have been since the beginning and remember the Russian bots? We started getting like Russian, like when we started streaming, it was huge. I didn't expect that at all. And I sucked at streaming. I was bad. But I remember I was at, like, I remember Joe Donut asked me, he was like, so the other time we had a very small trading group and we had to talk to these guys and we'd make money. Joe was like, can you make videos or can you, and then I made a video and it wasn't good enough to explain everything. And he says, can you do a live stream? I was scared shitless. I was so scared. I did not want to stream. And I never thought I would be doing this part of my life right now. Ever. Never, ever in my life. I'd had people, oh, what's that right there? What's that? Hello, Red Bar. What's that right there? What are you doing? What's that right there? And, anyways, I started streaming and I was really bored at that time because I'd put on like a couple trades a month and make some money and go about my business. It was pretty bad. You know, if you're a good trader, and you're not doing what I'm doing, life gets good. A prime example of that is David AMS. David AMS has come to a point where he puts on a couple trades, makes all the money he needs to make, and then he walks away and enjoys his month. And then you get bored. That's what happens. You end up getting bored. You do all the shit you want to do. You pay off all your bills off, and then you're skating. It's a really bizarre existence too. When you're making money in the stank market regularly, it's a very bizarre existence because no one else is doing that like you are. And so you get bored, you start being like, oh, what am I going to do? I paid all bills off, did this, partied that. I flew and, what did I say? Fuck, fly, and float. I fucking took a boat to do this, and I took a plane to do that, and I, got to fuck that. And you start to get bored. So I started streaming, and when we first started, I was very altruistic. Like, no, I just want it to be this. And my viewpoint, too, at that time was all these furrows and all these services and all these companies, all this stuff, they were there to make money off you, and they didn't actually care if you were making or losing money. And I see that a lot, like, still see that to this day. Like, the sizzle sells more than anything. Like, sell the steak, sell the bleed, sell the blood, let that lead. And people pay you money for that. And I was against it. I wanted, like, a companion. I at that point, I had felt like the hardest thing for me to learn was trading day to day with somebody else, teaching me the ins and outs of all the things that I learned by books and schooling and mentorships and all these other things. And I was like, all I want is a companion. Can I just get a companion, somebody sitting with me all day long to keep me company? And at that time, there weren't that many streamers. They'd fallen off. And I remember Mr. Young got sick, and I used to listen to him and watch him every day when he was on. Then he slowed down. And I was like, okay, he's getting sick. I was like, maybe I'll do something like this and see what happens. So I started doing it. And what I found was that I was attracting like bots and Chinese bots and Russian bots and these bots and that bots. And then the trolls started coming around. And I had met some other streamers, and they were like, look, you have to charge something. Anything. They were like $1, $2, $5, $10, whatever you charge. Like, and the reason you have to do that is because when someone pays a $5 bill, right? They won't troll. They won't waste other people's time. The more you charge them, the more serious the trader is that you're talking to. Basically, is the gist. And I used to have a free Discord at one time. It had, like, if you had a total count of members, it was something like 15 or 30,000 members or something insane. But it was a disaster. It like blew up into this fucking disaster. And that's when it finally clicked for me. Everything I was told by these other people, it finally clicked for me that like when I was the person that was always trying to get everything for free, I didn't realize that I was a problem. I was on the other side of the show, so I couldn't see what was wrong. And what happens is it's like grasshoppers, they become locusts. It's hard. I shouldn't say that, but the free viewer is a good viewer, but especially if they're poor and shit. But there's a gang of free viewers that, and it's not just viewers, they consume things for free until a good thing gets turned bad. It's very much like GME. It's very similar. Like GME was a great thing, goes all the way up. Once everybody finds out about it, not a good thing anymore. Anything that's free, that's too good to be true, at some point it gets broken. It's not always greed. Sometimes it's just that you broke the thing that works. And so that's what I noticed, was that my Discord turned into a shit show. It was so bad. I could have sold that Discord and monetized it. I could have sold it to somebody, not nuked it, and said, "Here, there's 15,000 members in there right now. I burn like 1,000 to 2,000 a month to keep the numbers down, keep the bots down, bad actors, all that kind of stuff." And I could have sold it. Hey, there you go. There you go. And what really happened was I had to put some kind of pricing in. And I was losing money doing this for years. I was like a vanity project of my own. Like, hey, I want to do this. I like this. It's good. I'm enjoying myself, and I want to keep this running and see what it turns into, all that kind of stuff. It helps people. And so it just, when I was doing the free version, it got really fucking bad. It was like just like GME going up. And so I burned it down. That Discord, I literally nuked it. I turned it off. Unheard of. There ain't nobody out there with like tens of thousands of members that just nuke their own Discord, unless they got, like, I don't know, canceled or some shit like that. I turned it off. I started it brand new again. And I brought in people that knew how to run these things professionally. I brought in a guy who runs my Discord even now, and he managed Discords with, you know, like he managed one of the largest. He managed like a WoW Discord, one of the largest ones in the world. And we discussed all the different things for how to grow it, or how to manage it, or how to keep it small, or how to make it big. We chose small. And we've had to come back to that many times. Some of you even know that, right? We go in there and we'll go in there and be like, hey, we need you to be like this and be nice and take this seriously and all this kind of stuff. Like, do we want to be the Coliseum in that Discord, even if it's paid, or do we want it to be small, tight group? And we've chosen every time to be that small type group, keep it manageable and keep it quality. And so that's where we are with that stuff. Anyways, this is a big discussion. It's like we could probably, it would make a great discussion with like another person that does this sort of thing publicly, at least, so that everyone can see it all behind the scenes. Because it's hard to get, it's hard to it was even hard for me before I was a streamer to understand it. I'd be like, yeah, it's all bullshit. They're all lying to you, but they're not. And there's different ways to deal with it. You have to make your own choice what you're going to do. You're going to sell out. You're going to somewhat sell. You're going to get natural stuff. Do you sell out and then you become legitimate, and then you know no longer a sellout? There's only a brief period where you're sellout. That's a big one that everybody does. They fake it, and then they get all the sponsors, they get all the followers, they get people to watch. You as a viewer, think about this. The more viewers you see on a show, any show, I don't care what you're talking about. You can be talking about pencils, I don't care. You can be talking about anything. anything in the world, if you see that they have a ton of viewers, you automatically trust them. They're an authority figure to you. And that right there can be manufactured cheaply, like dirt cheap. Even if you get caught, literally caught by Twitch, YouTube, don't matter. They don't care. And there's like a wash there because now you've got the people following you. Now you can get them all to sign up. Now you got 1 million people in a fucking, you know, on a website or taking your class or whatever the fuck that stuff is. And, you know, nonsense, right? And you don't care about the music playing. You don't care about the AdSense because they're being kept by YouTube. They literally keep it at that point. But now you've got sponsors and shit. And you're like all of a sudden an overnight born authority. And I just didn't want that lifestyle. It's not who I am, so. Not yet. Just patience. That's what I just said to the. I have a pro channel inside this Discord. Patience. Just wait. You don't need to trade on at all times. Just be patient. Just wait.
All right.
These are the most important moments right now. This is what it is. This is why you watch the market with a guy like me. You just watch this. Just chill.
So first of all, proud to announce that next week I will be speaking at the Air Force Academy commencement ceremony. Last year I spoke at the Naval Academy commencement ceremony, and it was one of the great honors and privileges of my life. So I'm excited to go out there to Colorado and participate in that ceremony. The second thing is I want to highlight a little bit some of the work that we've been doing, the great work our team has been doing on the anti-fraud task force, where we have caught just in the last couple of months billions upon billions of dollars of fraud.
You don't want to get caught in puts like this. I'll show you, okay? You don't want to get caught in puts here. Come down here, and then we're doing that right there. So you do not want to mess with that. You don't even want to mess with this right here. Like you're down here, and then you're up here, and then you're down there, taking all your stops up here. Just hang tight. We'll wait for the roll.
The thing that I say to the American people, and I'll repeat here to all.
Apologize, I'm losing my voice right now, too.
Is a crime that has two victims. It has, first of all, the American taxpayer, people who pay their taxes, who out of their generosity, and because they have to, of course, they pay their taxes expecting that it's going to go to pay.
All right, I'm going to mute him until he gets to market stuff. I don't want to bring politics into this show, so I want to see if there's anything here for a market inflection. I've got him on in the background. I can hear him in my end. Anyways, all of this is like when you start making videos, start making live streams, right? There is a natural progression, and you either have it or you don't.
US VP
Or no, I shouldn't say. I should say three things.
Trump about Iran, and we have two paths we can go down.
You either have it, which I had right away. I had it. I had the followers, everything I needed. As a matter of fact, when I joined Twitch, I was eligible for partner first week. I made affiliate, I think, first week, and then I decided not to apply to be a partner because I'd be beholden to them for the fucking sponsors. So I didn't. Like, tell that to a Twitch streamer. Say, I know a guy that when he started streaming, he was eligible to be an affiliate first week. Second week, he was eligible to be, I think it was like second week, I was eligible to be a partner. I declined. I took the affiliate, and then I decided not to take the partnership. That's rare. That's like 0.0000000000000. They gave me the numbers once. It was like 0.000000000. So you either have it or you don't. Let's start there. Number two. Oh, I got to turn this one up here.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon on top of all the other things that we might be worried about.
We got to listen to this.
That they could use it in leverage in economic control or economic negotiations. We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, what we did here is that we effectively degraded their conventional military capability. That has been done. That has been successfully done. You could always do a little bit more, but where we are now is the president has asked us, has told us to aggressively negotiate with the Iranians. Why did I go
US
to
VP
Islamabad,
Vance says
Pakistan?
Trump
Why
told
did I
us to
spend,
aggressively
I think, probably
negotiate with Iran.
22 hours on a plane going there, 24 hours coming back, and then 21 hours on the ground negotiating with the Iranians is because we wanted to show a sign of good faith. The vice president of the United
Vance
States
says
is willing to cut a deal so
we've made a lot
long
of
as the
progress with
Iranians
Iran.
are willing to meet us again on that core issue of
5-minute trigger crossing, half an hour trigger right now.
We've made a lot of progress. We think the Iranians want to make a deal. The President of the United States has asked us to negotiate in good faith, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to
US VP Vance says we
prosecute the
can
case,
restart
to
the
continue to
military
try to
campaign,
achieve
but that's
America's
not what Trump
objectives.
or
And we
Iran
can talk a
wants.
little bit about what that looks like, but that's not what the president wants, and I don't think it's what the Iranians want either. We have an opportunity here, I think, to reset the relationship that has existed between Iran and the United States for 47 years. That's what the president has asked us to do, and that's what we're going to keep on working at. But it takes two to tango. We are not going to have a deal that allows the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. So as the president just told me, we're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to. So with that, I will say thank you
US
all.
VP
It's
Vance
cool to
says
be
we want
here. I'm
no
gonna give
deal
shout
that
out, of
lets
course,
Iran
to the
have a
person
nuclear
I am
weapon.
replacing today, Carolyn Levitt, who hopefully is at home enjoying some time with.
Let's mute that again for a minute. Like your second kind of streamer is second kind of streamer is what? Like a grinder. They grind for like 3 to 5 years. Eventually they get to where they need to be, and then they sell out. It's what every streamer wants, supposedly. Except for like 1 out of 100. That must be me. So then, because not really what I do.
AI Ultra plans are $200 from $250 per month.
And then your last stream would be they grind, they don't make it, they're out. Pretty much that's pretty much the progression of people that make videos, streamers, influencers, right? They call them influencers. How you guys prefer to get your news these days instead of the regular news? Hold on here.
Together. I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, you know, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country.
He's gone back into politicking again. Yeah, I'll keep them off. I mean, I realize you guys don't have to like yell at each other and shit. Remember, you guys got to trade together in life. Hey, let me tell you something, man. I really don't care. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, my politics do not align with a lot of people I trade with, and I am fucking friends with those people. You got to leave that Main Street shit at the door. You really do. It's kind of like going to work every day. You know, you go to work and you got people you work with all day long. You don't know what their politics are. You don't go through your office and like tell people fuck that clown over there and fuck that clown over there. And you know, you meet great traders. You can really like hurt yourself out there if you're yelling at people. You like hang up the Main Street hat, put it on the rack, and then you come in, you put on your stock trading hat, and you're there to make money. Remember that. It's like I hang out with very wealthy people, very extremely wealthy people. The wealthiest in this country, like I'm and most powerful in this country. You'd be surprised who I know and meet. Those people don't give a fuck about politics, and those guys sell you and I politics all day long.
It's a very complicated.
You and I feed off of it with each other, right? And it's built like that for you and I to hate each other. Now, I think in our normal lives, if you want to let that come into your life, I think it's fine. Like, hey, I want to do this, do that, or whatever. But you guys are here to make money. Like, you hate some guy that's an, I don't know, Democrat or Republican or whatever. But that guy's making money all day long. You know what really matters more than saying fuck that clown is that fucking clown made me some money. I paid my bills. That fucking clown over there doesn't give a fuck what I'm doing when I'm not here. So then you're out there shit posting wherever the fuck it is you want to shit post. That's fine. That guy just made you money, you know? And that matters, man. Like, at the end of the day, dudes, like, internet cred and, oh my God, I got a endorphin rush of shitting on somebody. That doesn't pay the fucking bills. Trade pays the bills. You get the bills paid, then you go be a shit talker or shit poster or whatever. And you never know, those people will always be there for you, especially people that you don't like. Remember that too. Like, let's say I don't like a guy that likes color purple, and he knows I don't like the color purple, and he loves it. And I'm able to hang out with that guy still, right? Work with him in some way or fashion. If shit hits the fan for me, that fucking guy might be there for me when I would never expect him to be there for me. You know what I'm saying? You got to pick your battles and when the right, you know what I mean? Like, you go to like fucking family outings. I fucking can't stand them. Like, you know what I mean? I go to like Easter dinner and I'm hearing, you know, the old uncle over there saying the nastiest shit in the world. And I'm like, oh God, you know? And it's like, you know, I my kids and all the kids, what am I going to do? Go to my kids and say, you know what? We're not going to see your family anymore. Because of Uncle Bob over there. I guess it can get toxic to the point where it's too much, but where you have to lay down ground rules or whatever. But I try not to get caught up too much in that stuff. And it'll eat you alive, guys. That shit eats you alive. I'm telling you, those rich people, dude, they don't talk about that shit. They do drugs. They go skiing up in the fucking mountains when they shut the country down. They go to Saint-Tropez when the country shut down. They go to, they hang out with their friends. I never, ever hear those guys fight with each other. Every once in a while, but rarely. You know what I mean? The cops aren't driving up and down these rich roads looking up for them doing drugs and whatever. You show up in a ski lodge and there's, you know, some guy from Wall Street sitting next to you with a fucking 17-year-old bimbo. None of the service staff talks to them, and then a week later he's there with his wife and kids. No one says a fucking word. These are the people that supposedly are selling us all this shit. So just be, you know, oh, what's that right there? Whew. Ooh, what's that right there? And we're still, he's still politicking over here. I'm not seeing anything here. What's that right there? Why are we rolling? What's that right there? Coming down to see the 5-minute trigger in the half an hour. We're gonna check. We're gonna sniff out this cross. I'm begging you guys. I'm being serious. Please, the best of your ability, try to compartmentalize any of the anger that you're feeding into when you're trading the stock market. Do your best. You know, you got to put that work face on. You really do. Ooh. This is normal. We're going to come cross and test this. My fear here is this. If you guys watch the show for the first time, you want to be underneath the 1-minute trigger and the 5-minute trigger, okay? Not forget this gray trigger right here. The problem with this gray trigger is, or I shouldn't say forget about it. The problem with the gray trigger is this. When these triggers cross, we have a tendency to come back to them. So we have a tendency to like come down here, but what can happen is you get the spike up here. They take all your stops and then you get the drop. Or even spike up here, take all your stops, and then comes the drop. So you gotta like think ahead. Now the other trade here would be we come down here and check this right here. We slip underneath it, make a low. And then you would see the 1-minute trigger roll up here. This 1-minute trigger would roll over. This 1 minute would roll over, and this price action would do something like this. Wham, straight down. You get the exhaustion candles over here, and as you're coming down here, you slam the sell button down there. We're not there yet, though, so we're just waiting. So this is not, is this the place for you to take a trade up or down? Probably not. If you're looking for the upside trade, you're looking for this to come down, make a new high, back test, and then we take this up if you wanted to. Or even up here to sell here or here. try. I realize that I realize that like people are let's make that white. It's doing that to appease the bears, but
Google introduces Gemini 3.5.
do your best. I know that you can't always do that. If someone pisses you off too, mute them. You can. I think you can mute people on YouTube and Twitch, and I think you can even mute people wherever you are. It leads to a better experience. I'm serious in life. Like you want to be happy, don't you? You want to love your wife, your husband, your two husbands, your two wives. Love your kids, love your friends. Don't let that shit absorb you, man. Like think about like just like happiness in life, enjoying life, being a good person, like all that stuff. It makes a huge difference. If you're a guy, let me ask you a question. If you're a fucking guy, right? Do you think women want to see you walking around angry all day long? You're a guy out there, young guy. What do you think? You think some fucking woman thinks you're a badass or something, Bobby Badass? You're talking shit about everybody out there? Well, fucking woman only cares about what you're doing, right? And you're doing anger. Like, just enjoy life. You know, mute all that shit. Do what you're supposed to do. Make your money. Move on. Trust me. Try your best. And here's the last part. You guys know when you're like, well, I didn't say anything. And you're like, well, yeah, you get that little comment in there. You know, that little dig. You used to do it to our parents, right? We're teenagers. Like that little thing, a little fucking rub to piss your dad off, piss your mom off, whatever. If you're a woman, maybe piss your mom off. You know what I'm talking about. I didn't do that. Right? And you're like, no, you did right there. That little fucking dig right there. And you're like, you're trying to set your dad off, your mom off, or your brother off, or your sister. You guys know, right? Malicious compliance, maybe? All right, we'll move on to something else. I'm still not seeing him talking about the market or anything market relevance. This still isn't good enough to sell yet, believe it or not. Don't sell this shit. You can get wrapped up in this, so don't fuck with it. You want to see like this, like wham. And it'll look, if this happens, it'll look just like this. It'll look exactly like this. Go like this. Right just like this. See, like stalling. You start seeing this action right here. Line of puts. Right? Start moving down here. Slam them, right? These are where your stops stay. And then you start chasing it down. I'll let you know in public, okay? I'll tell you. I bet you there's a bear out there. He's like, fuck it, I'm short already. I already know how the bears do it. Bears are always like, I'm in. Oh, wait a minute here.
Continue to negotiate a deal.
This is Russia and Ukraine.
Currently the plan of the United States government. The Iranians have not raised it. My sense is that's not something the Iranians would be particularly excited about. And I know the president isn't particularly excited about it either. But who knows? I'm not going to make pre-commitments in a negotiation on any particular topic. On the question of fentanyl, a lot of people have died from fentanyl, absolutely. A lot of it has come from mainland China. We're certainly aware of that. But here's what I'll say. First of all, we've made incredible strides under Donald Trump's leadership to cut down on fentanyl deaths. If you look at the number of people who died in 2026, it's going to be lower than the number who died in 2025, which is way lower than
the fuck are these puts? 7.28. Now there's 68 cents.
All Americans, we should be celebrating, and I'm certainly proud of the president's leadership for making this possible. We ran, if you remember, in November
Google
of
says
2024
AI mode.
on a
There was 60 earlier. There's 68 cents right now.
from East Asia. It was smuggled into Central and South America, and then the cartels would bring it in.
I'm looking at one date, 7/28p.
And killed because of it. We said if you got control of the southern border, we would see a substantial reduction in the number of people who died from fentanyl overdoses in the
We could probably bring it in a little bit closer. That's the target. So you might be at 0 tomorrow down there. You could write it down. You could pick like 7. You could pick like 7:30, and that's going to be the most. There'll be more IO on that strike.
We want to continue to ensure
OI, excuse me, not IO.
as much as possible because we don't want our people to be poisoned. So we'll keep working on that issue with.
All right, mute that shit. I don't need to hear about fentanyl. All right, we'll set it up to start. Not there yet, but start looking at it. Ours got a nice little red candle on it already. Remember that we're at 1:30 in the afternoon, so we've got a formation of a new 4-hour candle. Just looking to put the top of it in if possible.
An issue like that, it's certainly going to have some influence, and I'm sure it'll contain a lot of insights, some of which I'll probably agree with, some of which I may not, but I think that it's going to be a very, very important document. And I think that, you know, one of the things I always found fascinating about Pope Leo is that he chose the name Leo the 14th, which of course is recollecting Leo the 13th. Leo the 13th was the Pope during a period of incredible industrial transformation in the entire world, of course.
I fucking just want to buy puts right now so bad.
People led to the rise
Like, really bad.
of fascism and communism in Europe. I think it was interesting that Leo the 14th chose that name to maybe apply Christian social teaching in a new era with a new technological innovation in the same way that the Industrial Revolution was the technological innovation of its time. So I think it'll be fascinating. I'm looking forward to reading it. My guess is it's going to have a lot of influence. On the question of what our policy is going to be, look, what we're trying to do in the Trump administration is very simple. The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race. We also want to make sure that we're protecting people. We're protecting people's data. We're protecting people's privacy. I think with this Mythos release, one of the things that we're very focused on, of course, is whether not necessarily the developers of Mythos, but whether some other bad actor could use Mythos to target various cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So it's something that right now we're working in a collaborative way with the technology companies, and we're just trying to
Yeah, just give me your face, bro.
are as safe as possible.
I'll give you forehead.
Ahead of the executive order or any other actions that are going to come out, but we're trying to balance those two things. We want to be pro-innovation. We recognize, I mean, artificial intelligence could be great. It could help us find
No. Stop swaying.
people are dying from or suffering from. It also does have some downsides, and we're trying to
Damn it, Vance.
safety against innovation, and we think that we've got the right balance here in the Trump administration, but it's something we're going to have to keep on working on because that's just the nature of these technologies is they certainly change. Let's go. Is that Reagan?
Bring this back over so you guys can see it.
There we go. Okay. I figured out finally how this seating chart works.
I want to ask you about the anti-fraud task force. You previously mentioned that Ilhan Omar seemed to have committed immigration fraud. Do you anticipate an indictment against her, an indictment related to that situation?
Yeah, so Reagan, I don't want to prejudge an investigation. I mean, you read the things about Ilhan Omar.
Right up into 1:30, new candle forming.
Person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime, and that's something the Department of Justice is looking at right now.
Mr. Vice
Yeah, go ahead.
Based on what you've seen during your work on this anti-fraud task force, do you believe anything should change about our immigration or refugee policies to stop fraud in the United States?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, one thing I'd say is that the biggest immigration fraud that existed under the Biden administration, it's not just that they let a flood of people across the southern border. That was obviously a very major problem and something I'm proud of the president for stopping. But it's also that they allowed the asylum and refugee claimant process to become totally fraudulent.
VP Vance saying we won't say with confidence that we'll get a deal with Iran. I think Iran wants to make a deal. We won't know until we sign the deal. This is what I'm afraid of here, is that they'll pop this here. Notice how we didn't get the new low down here? See, you didn't see the low underneath that red? So what'll happen here, right, is if they take this out, they're going to squeeze this straight up right here. Watch the squeeze. They're going to take all your stops in a few seconds here. You mean like that? That right there? Is that what you want? He keeps moving too much. You can tell he's standing on a couch right now, right? Fucker's like keeps bouncing back and forth. He needs a wide space over there. Look at him. You just look at him. Look, Vance, what are you doing, dude? Stop. Jesus. Vance, like literally stop, dude. Here, there you go. Fucking Christ, Vance, like what are you doing, dude? Like the only fucking guy that needs like all that space, like bounces left, then bounces right, then bounce. Just did it again. We got to call him the leaner. He moves. Watch out, they're going to take your stops. They're going to take all your shit. That was not the low the Bears were looking for. There's the target right there. 739, 738.89 right there. Where is that? Right there. I'll just make it easy for you. I'll just draw on a yellow line for you. Doggone, it's like, thank you. I needed the yellow line. There you go, doggone it. It's right fucking there. There's your 10-second trade there, doggone it. Full bore, calls, zero dates right now. Wham, 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 wham. Put that one right there. Not seeing much here. There's a lot of politicking in this speech. It's not as the market's awaiting something from him, and they're not getting it. Nothing being picked up by the wire right now. News Squawker's ghost right now. So you can see that. You know, I'm surprised I don't see the eyeliner. He does sometimes he is makeuped up.
Google to roll out.
But they all wear eyeliner. Though they all wear
subs in the US.
It's not easy to get He does wear makeup. There's a bunch of them that do. But he doesn't look makeup. He looks like he's got a little bit of makeup on his face, but that's about it. He doesn't have the highlight. But it must have got to him that people knew. Looks like maybe he said, "Fuck it, I ain't doing that." And I am looking for that crater right here. Like down there. Yeah, Giardino, sorry, I'm reading the chat right now. I've been doing some I think I'm doing some permanent damage to myself right now. I need 2 weeks off. My doctor already told me, he said I need 2 weeks, not just off. I need 2 weeks of no speaking. Speak to nobody. Like, muzzle my face and don't speak for 2 weeks. Too much public speaking. It's getting worse. He wasn't he told me when I was at the doctor's appointment, he was like what's fucked up too is even after the 2 weeks, it will leave behind scar tissue in my throat.
Vance says we delayed a troop deployment in Poland, not a reduction.
To muzzle me? Right on, Opland Group. Was that Opland Group who said that? Red Beast, what up, bro? It was you. I knew it'd be one of you fucking suspects. Too fucking funny. We already got guys that are short right now. They don't care. I already knew that there'd be people out here that are going to sell. I already knew that there'd be traders over here selling this shit. They don't care.
Send the troops elsewhere.
They're going to take all their stops, though. It's too early to sell. You guys got to wait. I said this morning that you're likely don't get the unclench until the Wednesday expiry, but it's all right. We'll deal with it. I said it this morning on Twitter. You're not going to get the hammer that you're looking for. When we have Vixpiration on the Tuesday and not the Wednesday, we typically do something like this. We'll trade down, then they'll squeeze you out into the close, and then you sell the open on tomorrow at 9:30. You could sell at the close today too. And then all hell comes down tomorrow. If we get the Vixpiration unclenched tomorrow, guys, it's straight vertical down. It doesn't stop. It goes literally straight down. It's like gnarly. It doesn't stop till 1:32 in the afternoon. It'll be down 2-3% if we get it. I know, I always want you to wait. People get mad at me in the Discord too. I'm like, just wait, patience. We can let a trade go by us. Okay. Take that fucking perfect trade. It pays gang right now. I'm making bank right now, guys. Bank. I'm making bank right now. By being patient, I'm making fucking serious money right now. Just be a little bit patient. You'll miss trades. Just be patient. You want that lightning trade. We ain't there yet. Just be patient. I love you guys. I gotta say that. You guys are fucking awesome. I was just thinking about you. I was just thinking about the community. I'm like, I fucking love this community. Right, Geraldino? Fuck yeah, we're doing damage in New York City. Fuck you thinking, man? We got Tech Week, right? Biggest fintech conference in the world. Coming up on June 4th through the 8th in New York City. It is the place to be. Especially if you want to know more about the bubble, you want to see the people that are doing it, right? You want to like be able to shake hands and say, you know, what's your take on this, right? Outside of the news and outside of the spin. What else is going on that week in New York City? We've got Tribeca Film Fest. Got some friends that are involved in that, and we've also got the Blue Note Festival going on. And it's spring. It's late spring in New York, but it's just before New York empties. Like New York gets empty in the summer, everybody goes to the islands. So like, it's like the last hurrah in New York City. You know, people get together, they party, it's a good time. Are we gonna do damage in fucking New York? Of course we are. What the fuck you thinking, bro? We always do damage in New York City. It's a mess. Let me drink some more water here. Don't speak a word, I'll translate for you. I used to live in New York. I'm from the East Coast originally. I was born on the East Coast. And then I spent most of my adult life in the West, though. Bouncing around all over the fucking place. You get paid to move when you're good at what you do. You sell your soul for it, though, or you gotta at least be someone like that can do that. 1 minute trigger coming down right now on top of the hourly trigger for a squeeze to the upside. Watch this back test right here. Gonna get our second leg up here in just a minute. There's a failure of this high right now, so you could see a quick pop up, then down. Up real quick, then down. I love you too. I love you guys more than you know. You guys don't fucking know, man. I want one day for you all to come back and say you suck, worst trader ever. I'm so much better than you. Then I graduated this guy, that guy, whatever, and toured the world, did my thing, and but I still love you or something like that. Or I hated you, but I still love you, whatever. I gotta see you when I'm an old fuck and I'm dying. We'll hang out when we're all old men and old women. No one cares about us anymore. It'll be a bunch of old fucks hanging out on the internet. It'll be great, actually. I can't wait. We'll have Mr. Yen over there in the fucking wheelchair guy, be like 120 fucking years old. Bob Kendall will be over there like 130. Fucking Jedi Marcus, all the old floor traders we know, like all these guys, all these gangsters. We'll have the old retail trader old folks home or something. Come on there. They're not getting the equal legs yet. Been a while, right? Oh, yeah. Well, Larry Williams getting there now, too, right? I always contact Larry Williams, and I'm always like, hang in there, man. He told me recently, no, not recently, a couple of years ago, he said to me, because he's been talking about dipping out, too, and I'm like, well, this guy's won best trader in the world twice, right? And his daughter's won it once, Michelle Williams. And I check in with him sometimes, and he says he's going to keep doing it until he dies. He's like, what else am I going to do in my old age? I'm like, I don't know, impart your wisdom on us, the young people, right? Don't leave us hanging, man. I think that shit's cool. That's what we do, right? All of us here, we trade, right? Like, these are all our family in some way, right? Some shape or form. I'm going to know these guys when we're old. We'll be mentioning their names and no one will remember who they are. You got to remember those people. It's how people live on, right? I have a lot of respect for those guys. Can't buy wisdom. Can't buy time and market. Those guys impart all of that on us. And if they ground us sideways all day long, like right in here, just grind. Grind, then drop. You're just sending bombs in here. Another bomb right there. Still not seeing anything here from Vance. He's really on a tear right now, too. He's going like full macro tard. Sometimes these guys come out, they're all business, market related. Sometimes they mix it. Sometimes it's heavy on the politics. Today seems like it's heavy on the politics. Move this over right here. Still haven't hit that high. Remember that bulls need to beat this high right here. We have not beaten it. This is a lower low. Not good. I just want to slam a couple grand down on fucking puts right now at this moment, man. So bad. Not going to lie. My emotions are getting the best of me. I can't do it. I got to wait. They'll take all my money here. And I already know what's going to happen here. Or not. I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to like slam a bunch of puts right now. But then I'm like, then they're going to run me up into the close. And then I'm like, oh, fuck, I should have done it then. Then I got a DCA. Now it's like $5,000. That's, like 10 grand. Hey, do you want my, so my Twitter handle, I intentionally do that. I intentionally don't want followers. You want to see me get 100,000 followers? You want to see me get them in like a month? I can do that. If you want, I can. Do you want me to do that? I'll make you a bet, Generous Craig. You want to make a bet? How about I'll make a bet with you? I'll make you eat those words if you want. I can. I try to shit post as much as possible. I try to get no followers on Twitter. Did you not know that? That's a public thing that I'm known for. Do you want me to get it up to 100,000 followers? I can do it if you want. I have paid people on social media. I pay people for my social media. I can do it. I will. You want me to? I can do it if you want. The intent is to piss people off so they don't follow me. Have you guys? You guys don't know? All right. So here's. Let's have. All right. We'll shift gears now. We'll shift away from streaming to social media. So
take off business in the middle.
Let's talk social media. So I have. It's like for a long time. It's like for many years I was on Wall Street Bets, and then I was on Vegas Bets, and I was with those guys for a long time. And when I was with Wall Street Bets, it was a nice small community, and things were fucking awesome. We could make great money, and then it started to grow a little bit. So they did Vegas Bets, and so it was like a smaller group of traders. And I remember when in my view, Wall Street Bets died during GME, and it became unreliable. And so I made a jump to Twitter, and I went over to Twitter. It's like I'm going to spend all my time on Twitter, right? And so I got on Twitter and got a really big following really fast. And I hit, I think 10,000, or I hit 1,000 followers, and everything changed. Let's start there. So I don't know how many followers you have or whatever. So I think I got 1,000 followers, and I started not liking Twitter when I hit 1,000. And my first 1,000 friends were probably my best friends. Like real true friends. It was fucking awesome. It was manageable. I could talk to everybody, that kind of stuff. And I was warned. I was warned of a couple things. I was warned that everybody wants 1,000 followers, so they get 1,000 followers. Then you get 1,000 followers, and it gets worse as you get closer to 10,000. It's like right when you hit the 10,000 follower mark, it begins to become something where you're starting to have to do things. You have to do things. So you get on that, right? Then you get to like 20,000. It starts growing exponentially. And the algorithms on Twitter know this. So you start getting more and more followers. And then before you know it, people that are following you have a high expectation of you. They expect you to put out a specific... there it goes. There it is right there.
The Wall Street Journal, the US seized Iran-linked oil tanker in the Indian Ocean.
There it is right there. There's the first one right there.
The US seizes Iran-linked ship as Trump threatens strikes.
So this is where it gets fucking crazy. So before you know it, you're getting a bunch of followers, and then they have expectations of you. I mean expectations like, this guy does this every Tuesday at this time free. Does this, he's right. He's right. Right? And then Twitter contacts you. I don't know if you know that, but Twitter contacts you, and they want you to pay money. They want you to pay money for visibility. They want you to pay money for your posts. They want you to pay money for you name it. And the deal is that they'll give you more followers if you do that. And then from there, you have to be very careful when you start hitting like the 20, 30,000 mark. And I've been at 20. I've been at 30,000. So I will actively go out and smash it down. So you get on. So anyways, you're doing all this shit, right? And then before you know it, if you're wrong, you get thrashed. And then there's like expectations. I want this guy to do these things. And so before you know it, you're doing all this stuff for people. You're doing all this stuff for people. Then it consumes your whole entire life. And it literally does. It consumes your whole entire life. And I think it's fine. I got no beef or problem with it or whatever. But that you're moving, then you're shifting gears. You have to make a decision if you're going to shift gears and grow that account, that social media account. And so what you do is you start buying followers. And they're fake. You buy them in blocks of 500, 100,000 to try to make it seem more natural.
Yeah, post the article to
That's real. So then you can see a guy out there, and they'll get like 100,000 followers, 500,000 followers, 300,000 followers, 1 million followers, whatever. Some of that becomes natural at some point, and you're not buying them. It just naturally begins to happen. You start jumping in follower count, and before you know it, you're a trusted source, and even if you really aren't, and then you're beholden to that. you're locked in on that. Like you have to be someone on Twitter. So when you're doing that, you're bound to it. And does that make any sense? So my take on it's always been I really enjoy Twitter. I enjoy the people that I know on Twitter. I don't want to be bound by any of that. I don't want to be in that rat race on Twitter. And but I can, and I can turn it on whenever I want. Even right now, I can turn it on. I can go in and just like I have people that work for me. I can say I want you to post these specific things every day, at these times, Monday through Friday, blast it across all these different social media platforms, and I will turn it on. But I haven't done that yet, so I try to keep it toned down. On like I try to go in and I try to go in and mow the grass whenever I can. And then I enjoy Twitter again. So I get on Twitter, start posting shit, and before you know it, my follower count starts rising again. And then I go back in and I'll intentionally knock it down again. But I can. If you want, I'll do it. If you want to see me do it, I will. I can turn that fucking account on 100,000 follower account probably by mid-July if I wanted to. Kid you not. I'll do it, Greg. You want to do it? That's why I don't like it. There's another problem here too. You start getting counter traded. People start following everything you're doing. Under the radar is the way to be. Like the more under the radar you are, the better off you are. Like, just be under the radar. You have to remember that you have to make your money one way or another. You're either going to make the money in the market, or you're going to sell your fucking soul for you to fucking make me rich, right? Sponsorships, all this other shit. So I'm not going to do it, man. I've been hovering at 20. I would try to keep it like 27 if I can. Or that's like the last line I've drawn in the sand. Like I keep raising the line. You know what's cool though? The right people follow me.
And furthermore, from the Wall Street Journal, mediators see little progress in Iran-US talks.
Yeah, I get the right people following me. Hold on here. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you something. You ready? Let me ask you guys a question. See that guy right there? What does that say right there? Let me ask all of you out there. Does he follow you? Let me ask you that question. Does that guy follow you? Let me ask any of you out there. Does that guy follow you? You know who that guy is? Who's that guy? Anybody? No? Isn't good? Sweet. Hang tight here, guys. I don't think so. I'll say that's a no, right? Hold on there. That one up there. There's the first low right there.
WTI crude now.
Hold on. Is that a no? Hold on 1 second here. Soon. You can get short if you want to.
Seeing a surge in oil right now, currently not seeing any headlines. Just a reminder though, we did have the Wall Street Journal saying that the US seized an Iran-linked oil tanker in the Indian Ocean.
I got the bear music. Hold on.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $107.77 a barrel, down 89 cents or 0.82%. NYMEX diesel June futures settle at around $4.16 a gallon, and NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at around $3.62 a gallon. And finally, NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at around $3.11.
Hang tight here.
And that concludes the press briefing from US Vice President Vance.
Turn that off for a minute. Oh, no, I don't want to remove that. Hold on here. That's the first low right there. I just need one more failure in here. Just give me one more fucking failure in here.
So again, we just put on the feed again from the Wall Street Journal saying mediators see little progress in Iran-US talks. It was reported earlier, but it does seem it was going through the rounds. It did spark a little reaction at 2:27 p.m. Eastern time. So we have put it out. I'll put the article on the feed as well for those interested. So again, we have put out the article from the Wall Street Journal from mediators seeing little progress in Iran-US talks. It did seem like it was reported earlier, but again, sparked a little reaction. So we have put it out on the feed plus some extra info for those interested.
Just waiting on this last close right here. Fuckers, that I had to chase that shit all day long. God damn. SPY hanging on a cliff right now. VIX climbing. Put in a new low on VIX 9-day. $16.35 was the low. Put in a higher low at 16.42. VIX trying to break out of the hourly. VIX 9-day trying to break out of the hourly, weekly, or monthly, and 1 and 5 minute trigger here for a downside move. Oh, yeah. We're going to party now. One minute trigger trying to close the 5 minute trigger. VIX 9-day back testing the low. They don't realize that what did I just read there? We take up the day with bullshitting because there's nothing to do. You'll notice that I tell stories when there's shit to do. Oh, God, yeah. Steal that fucking door. Close that fucking door on him. Here comes the VIX. VIX trying to break out right now. Surprised that there's a door closing this early in the day. I didn't expect it until at least, open tomorrow. See if they can close the deal here on sell side. Trying to shut the door right now at the 1 and 5 minute trigger. VIX riding high now, trading into the 30-minute trigger. VIX 9-day hitting 1673. Could squeeze for a minute here, just trying to check that closure of the 1 and 5 minute trigger. I gotta get that bear music out, don't I? The fuck's that bear music at? Just in case we actually do hit it today. All right, we're gonna. That expiration come early on late Tuesday, Volwiz. If that shit comes in early today. Ooh. It's either coming into the day today or in the open tomorrow, bro. Unwind the fuck out of this thing. Get that VIX pumping. That contract roll, get that VIX going. Get it all hot and saucy down there. That's the level, and that's how you fucking sell. Ooh. I mean, if we can unclench 2%, 3%, at least 1 or 2. I don't think that's going to unclench till tomorrow, but if we can do it at the end of the day today and just blood the fuck out of it, that would satisfy the Vixpiration gods. This ain't looking good. I mean, what time is the day today? It's 3 p.m.? I mean, even if we park here, it ain't looking good. Sorry, we're all loading up on puts for tomorrow here. Take a swing at it for the day today, and then we'll take a swing at it at 4 p.m. I would love to see it get started today. Normally it starts on Wednesday. When we have a Vixpiration on Tuesday, it's normally on Wednesday. But if they start that shit today, it'd be a beautiful fucking thing. Just a quick 2% down move into the close today. We could satisfy the Vixpiration gods. I don't think we can get there today. I think what we're going to do is we're going to pin this in and slow fade, and then we'll roll tomorrow. This is the bear case. Like, this is all they've got. They got like today into tomorrow, and then
Brent crude futures settled
if they can't make progress, time's a wasting, ticking.
82 cents or 0 spot 7.
Bears ain't got much time left in their story, so I just got to ask where the level was. I said hell. Oh, God, yeah. Come on down, baby. Just let it all hang out. I'm loaded to the fucking tits right now in puts, too. Loaded to the fucking tits. I got spreads. I got fucking one dates. I mean, you got till now until close tomorrow at NVDA, right? Well, we got to chart NVDA here for a minute before we get out of here. Like 3:30, I'll give you guys a NVDA look. We'll throw another one up here. Let's throw another log in the fire. There's two. Oh, God, yeah. Bring it down for daddy. Give me a fucking real dip to buy for June and July.
The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
Give me a fucking burr, baby. Give me a fucking burr! Give me a fucking burr!
Hello, my name is Jimmy Pop and I'm a dumb white guy. I'm not old or new, but middle school, 5th grade, like junior high. I don't know, mofo, if y'all peeps be bugging, give me
perfect timing! Shit talkers over here fucking around while I'm trying to tell stories and put a trade on.
Hard to see with a naked eye, but if I
get that fucking Vix going,
I would stick it where the sun don't shine, cause I'm kind of like Han Solo, always stroking my own Wookiee. I'm the root of all that's evil, yeah.
The roof is on fire. You know where the hate comes from? Because they fucking suck trading.
Is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn.
Let it fucking burn, baby. Get that fucking Vix rolling. Pump that fucking Vix for like 2 fucking days. Get it going, boys. Let's go, street. You want some fucking money? Who wants some fucking money? Burn that shit, time it right every fucking time, and pay me my fucking money.
So if man is 5 and the devil is 6, then that must make me 7. This hockey's gone to heaven. If I go to hell, well then I hope I burn well. I'll spend my...
I want a moderator to go in there and fucking ban every asshole talking shit to me. I'm just kidding. Let him hang on.
The roof is on fire.
Yes.
The roof is on fire. The roof.
Oh my God, yes.
Is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn.
Burn, motherfucker. I'm spending money in New York. And you're in and you're out. You want to go hit it again? You want to hit it again now?
Wave 'em like you don't.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on down there?
Everybody say ho. Come on, party people. Everybody, here we go. Come on, party people. Throw your hands in.
Fucking show a bear how to sell.
Come on, party people. Wave 'em like you don't care. Come on, party people.
Woo!
Everybody say ho.
Nice little. Woo! Get that fix rolling.
Come on, party. Throw your hands in the air.
Sorry.
Come on, party.
Woo!
Everybody say ho. Come on, party people. Everybody, here we go.
I know why the fucking bears hang out with me in the fucking Discord, because they know what's up. Gotta time that shit perfect. You're like, look at that, I bought puts. They made me a bunch of money. It took me like 5 minutes. Made them out. Fucking A. That was good. All right, we're going to take another one. There's first target right there, right? What do we got to do now? We got to put red bars in again. Hold on here. I'm going to get in so much trouble. Oh my God, I'm losing followers right now. Just kidding. See if we can get up here and make this fucking close this shit in. Like buy and then buy. I mean, I might not even need to go up there. I might just start collapsing. Fuck. Oh yeah, baby. Hold on, I gotta give some respect here to Vol Wiz. Hold on, I gotta give him the brain. The big brain. Tell him, Vol. Tell him, Vol Wiz. Oh yeah, I know that guy too. Like, world's best fucking volatility trader. Oh God. I love it. I just made a shit ton of money. All right, we'll leave. All right, let's calm down here for a minute. What time is it right now? 3 p.m. Oh God. You guys want some expectations for me? Want some? What do you guys want? I'm happy now. Oh fuck yeah. So stoked right now. Hold on here. Put that one right in there. Put that bad boy right over there. Right in there. Right in there. Get that VIX juices flowing. Fucking bears got like fucking days here. You better get a move on. That's the main one. This one matters. This one right here is like halfway point. I don't think you're gonna get up here, but you might. I think what you're going to do is you're going to see these fucking bears go, or these bulls. Fuck these bulls, right? That's what I'm supposed to be doing? Hold on a second here. Jeez, I'm feeling it coming on right now. Oh my God. It's all over me. I'm like itching. Shit. Well, I mean, you try to give like you think like you're gonna give like you give these fucking bulls like I gotta help the Bears out here. They only got a couple days a month, so I gotta take care of these bulls. I mean these Bears. These fucking bulls. They run this show. They run it like every fucking day, every fucking week, every fucking month. It's like bull this and bull that, and buy the dip. Can't even give a fucking bear crumbs to pay rent. These guys they don't even own fucking a house, man. They rent. I got bulls in here fucking with me because I'm fucking telling stories to buy time before I can get some goddamn puts. And then fucking bears never even get 5 minutes. I mean, you guys are abusers. Bulls are abusers, man. You would think that it would be up all day, the up show all day long, and then you'd give a bear like a day. One fucking day a month. 2 days, maybe 3 or 4. Even you get like OpEx, you got Vixpiration, you got month end. Rest of the whole fucking month, it's up fucking party upside. I mean, these guys, what happens to these bears get so beaten down, and all you want to do is just give them like a fucking day or two, let that shit rain, right? Right? Just give them 2 days, 3 days, like a little window. You think a bull could just hang out for like a day or two? No, that's not how it's going. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, ooh, oh, God. Whew. I mean, you just got to make them enough money that they can pay rent. You never want a bear moving in your neighborhood and owning a house. But, you want to make sure that they have a place to live. You need their money. They have to fucking fuel the market going up. You need a bunch of puts in the market. You need a bunch of money to fuel the rally. So you got to give them a little bit of money. Like, give them a little bit, and they buy some puts and shit. They start getting fat. Start, like, shaving themselves. And they put on some cologne and shit to mask the stink. And before you know it, they're trying to pick up your girl at a bar. You're just in a bar hanging out, clean cut, take care of yourself, and some fucking bear comes up. He's all ripped, handsome and shit. Can't see the stubble on his chest anymore. And guys out there trying to pick a girl up. You get and then what do? You gotta snatch it back from him, right? So it gets a little bit too big for his britches. You come back in like 2-3 days, and you just start ramping the market again. But you got to give him like a day or two. You got to give him a chance. These guys, man, what are you gonna do? These guys starve these guys? You want every bull dead? We need a heel. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, if you're a pro trader, you want to go inside the Discord right now and see what VolWiz is posting for you. He's one of the best vol traders that I fucking know, period. Love that fucking man. He's posting you some science right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Pay attention to this, what he's saying right here. Read this closely. Okay, if you're a free watcher, should I say it to him? That's about the chart I was going to put out. Something like that. Not exactly that, but something like it. Ready? You're on your own. Okay? If you're a trader out there, you're on your own at this point, okay? I'm going to delete all this and we're going to give you an expectation. You cool? Did you make the money? From here, it's all on you. You want to stay short, you can. You want to do this cleanup down here, which is we're likely going to do this. Fair chance if we go down here. But there's something important here. So if you want to take your money and run, I think that's fine here. If you want to leave some runners on for down here to drag ass, we might drag ass into this close. But I'm going to give you publicly. Normally, this is all in private. I'm going to post this publicly for you. Not on fucking Twitter. I post that shit on Twitter all the time, and I'm like, I ain't posting that shit on Twitter. Ready? Hold on a second here. You're on your own, okay? All right, there you go. We're going to switch over. The roof is on fire. The roof. Hold on, I got to do something here. I got to put a trade on. Hold on. Hold on. You're going to whipsaw him back and forth, problem child. It's never up or down. All right, I'm done. I just posted my next trade inside the Discord and the Pro channel. I'm in another trade right now. I closed and I'm in another trade. Okay, let's go over here and look at this. Let's take a look at this. That was a fucking baller rejection right there. Made me want to cry. Let's have a look-see here. Okay, that's a new low right there, but I want to show you this. You see this right here? We failed to do something just now. There. You see that tick? all we need to worry about right there. Remember that stupid shit for right now. There's the gap close right there. There's the buyers. There's the buyers right there. Stop. We are right here.
Meta Platforms offers to give rival AI chatbots limited free WhatsApp access, according to sources. So rivals will be charged a fee when they hit a limit on messages sent to users.
That's about where we should be right there. You could theoretically hit 30. You could theoretically drag ass down here. This is Nvidia earnings. No. Friday close 1600. 26, yeah, right there. That's back right there, right? So this is Tuesday, right? No. Tuesday you want the high. Monday you want the high. I wonder if they do this like ramp. Slam down. I mean, there is a gap right here, but I think that gets left behind too. Ram, Nvidia earnings. Literal fucking bloodbath, right? Thursday, leave all these fucking retailers fucked on Friday. Wake up on Tuesday morning down here. Oh, yeah. Right there, right there. Takaran. Wake up down here. There's your 714 right in there. This shit is going to crater. There's the rejection right there. I think that's it right there. And then you come into Tuesday, we fuck around. Tuesday, we fuck around in here. Everybody gets excited and we start lifting up. This is the 29th. Okay. So, come back in here from vacation. This becomes a big clusterfuck of 4 days, short week. And I don't know what these lows are in here, but they could get violent down here, is my only point. So everybody's loaded up on puts. They're all fucking, yeah, market's going to crash. And then they're the fucking fuel that gets us out of here. Let me just check something here. Now, this is April right here. So we said slightly red in the month, right? Hey, it's jackpot right there. Fucking near perfect hit right there. That's slightly red in the month right there. And there's your daily trigger right in here. Now, what's funky about this is the daily triggers should come up here. And so this will be the panic. They buy a bunch of fucking puts. We come back and whatever this is, like whatever this is, we're like down. We're red, slightly red on the month. Like red. So up here, down here, maybe 714-ish, somewhere in here. Here. This is where you buy the fucking dip right here. This is buy the dip. Right there, somewhere in here. Plunge down here, buy a bunch of puts. I'm assuming that we're going to come into this Friday. It's perfect. It's near perfect too, because you're coming down to the 29th. It's a Friday. And it's literally going to be like a shit show right here. It's going to look like it's going down there. And you're going to long it. You're going to, I think. We won't know until it's that bad down there. We have to find out if it's fake manufactured doom or if it's real doom. We'll know when we're down there, but that should at least give us the trade up here. At minimum, this should give us the trade, somewhere in here. And there's your first, there's 30 over there. This is your first week, up week, 5th, 12th, whatever. So we're going to be sweeping in here. Can you guys see all this? Rip, literally. Violence. If you're in calls with me right now, I want you to hold your calls to the fucking bell tomorrow. To the bell. Do not sell them. Literally to 415 and then sell. I come right down in there. Okay? It's somewhere down in here. There's that weekly's coming up too. You see that weekly coming up? That's going to be the fucking stinking the bears shit right here. Sorry about that. But like right down in here, you're a buyer. You're a buyer. Anything down here, you're a buyer. If you get anything in here, you're a buyer. Buy the fucking dip is right here. Right at 700. That's even if we can get down there. I don't think we can, but if we can, that's your buy the dip right fucking there. Should I put that in there now because you're going to say I didn't say it? I didn't listen to that cap. There's major flows right there. This is your buy the fucking dip. I don't want to get accused of not saying this. You didn't say that, bro. Yeah, I did, motherfucker. Put it on stream. There it is right there. BTFD. That was a fucking sexy candle, wasn't it? Now there's a problem in here, and I haven't addressed it yet. So here's our problem. We got a problem. Here's 1600 over here. Okay. What I want you to know is we can drag ass. Here's, let me show you something. 9 o'clock. Where's 9 a.m. for tomorrow? See this right here? This could take until 9 a.m. Theoretically, right? We're going to give a little props here to Vol Wiz. There's a half-back trade right there. So I want you to see something here. I know that looks wonky, but bear with me here. Let me see if I can go back and see what he said. Let me see what he got here. It's going to go just like this. Like this is, it's going to go just like this right here. It's going to go sideways. Sideways, sideways. I don't think we're coming back down here. It should stay like right here. Somewhere in there. And it's going to start violently coming up. And then it's going to green bar in the open, supposedly. And then it's going to go sideways. And then it's going to go green bar straight up. Here's your Nvidia earnings. This is the one we were looking for today, 742. There's where your squeeze comes in. And then we're going to ride that right into 415. And then we're going to sell. And we're going to take care of Nvidia earnings. Now, right here, let me see if I can fix this a little bit for you. You got this one right here. You know, you got known buyers right here. Right there. You could even draw it just like this if you wanted. Right there. Sweep it down. Take that bad boy right there. This here is dotted. Does not need to happen. No requirement for this to happen. For this downstroke. And then the upstroke, though, is. This is. You want to. If you're going to take this long here, if you're already long, you want to take it lower, like 740. Somewhere in here. And I'm in calls right now for tomorrow. So right in here, there is one thing here. If we go to this close, right, and you don't buy this, you can buy the open tomorrow at 9 a.m. It'll already be up some. It'll likely be up here by 9 a.m. But it'll ramp again. So you're gonna get another chance at it over here. You're likely gonna see a ramp over here on open, come down, and then immediately green bar up. it'll like green bar up here sideways, and then green bar up here, and then there's your thingy right here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You see it? Right? You come in this close. It's going to be like this. 1, 2, right? 3, 4, and 5, right? Right in there, something like that. It could even be counted as 1, 2, 3 if you wanted, and then the downside move. Might just be 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3. Excuse me, like 1, 2, or 1, 2, and then 3 up here, and we start getting into the warning track up here. Like I would say in here, if you're already long in here, you get out. Leave this to the degens, FOMOers. You could potentially also like get out up here and then throw some winnings on for the 4:15 or whatever, 4 o'clock, 4:15, and this will also probably dump down into 3 o'clock, 3:30 because Nvidia should sell before we get there. But there you go, right there. And then we're gonna go down, and this is gonna be hellacious down in this. Remember, this is Friday the 22nd. And then you're going to wake up on Tuesday in a down market. That's what I think happens. Let's go back over here. Let's go see this. You've been warned. Say it to you. Are you long for tomorrow? And I'll see you at the close tomorrow. Tomorrow should be like a day where you don't have to do anything. Put your trade on the bell and ride it up all day long. Some programming notes. I want you to remember that the market is closed on Monday, the 26th. So we've got, 4 sessions left, right? You got a couple sessions to go up. The one thing I want you to be aware of is back in the olden days when there were a lot of retail traders, we used to be able to ramp the market on holidays. Some of your best paying days on your holidays. Since then, some of these retail holidays, I've seen us go down deeply, not up. In the face of that old, what used to be true is no longer true. So I'll be here with you. I'll be here with you through next week or this week into the weekend. And then I go to movement over the weekend. Then I come back on Monday. So I will trade with you up and through into this weekend. And I'll be back with you on Monday, Tuesday. And there's like a few things here, like top line stuff. Vixpiration is today. There's a good chance of an unclench to the downside on Wednesday, the day following because of the expiry. So that's the risk here to this, what I just showed you. And you need to be aware of it and make your own decisions, right? I'm not going to be here I already told you I'm not true, right? You can put your money where your mouth is and be responsible for your own trades, like I do. So the risk right now is that an unclench to the downside and raining on the parade of bulls. But they did not hit the low today that they were supposed to hit to unlock that low. They actually hit some support. So if we kill the VIX tomorrow, and then we can start cranking it up. So what we can do here is, kill a bird, right, with 2 stones. So we go up there and take out Nvidia tomorrow. The earnings, we don't sit on their earnings. Like, we're not going to hold through their earnings. We leave that to the, like, you got to remember, like, you have to build up to their earnings and you let it be, right? You walk away. So you leave it to the degenerates. Remember, you and I have money. There's a difference. And we'll try to sell the open on Thursday open or the close if we can get it high enough. We can wait for that too. We don't have to sell the actual close tomorrow. We could stay long. 4:15 close longs, come back at 9:30 on Thursday and start the process of selling with puts a little bit farther out in time. I think someone asked me about the 20th, and I said, nope, push them out longer. So if you can roll your puts, if you haven't, this is the last time I'm going to tell you, or whatever. Not roll, but like put more time on them. And what we'll try to do is we'll come back from Memorial Day weekend on Tuesday open, and hopefully the market's on fucking fire down there. If you do a put spread, you do not have to worry about theta burn for a long weekend. If we're going to get a downsized move and you don't want to pay the bears, you just, like, I got straight puts and you have put spreads, you could potentially come into the market on fire over the long weekend. Like, they print bulls over long weekends, stuff like that. So if they put the heavy print in over the 3-day weekend, we come back on Tuesday and the market's on fire. We can fuck around all next week. Come back on that Monday. Listen to me closer, because I don't want you to say I didn't know. So, like, you come back on the Tuesday through Friday of next week on a short week, and it's more than likely going to be, because it's so short, that if you have any down moves, they should be violent. And bears should be left. Walking into the Friday, right, of the end of the month, thinking the whole world is going to implode. Everything's on fire, everybody's hurt, that kind of stuff. And you and I, meanwhile, will be down there to buy that dip. So we come in the short week, come back from vacation. It could even take an extra week. I should say that. Like, I can't tell if it'll take like 1 week, or it's either going to take into, the 29th close for Doom, or it could even take into the 6th. We could like fuck around down there and like eat early buyers alive for a little bit, and then we start it's not I guess you could call it unclenching, but it's more the finger comes off post June 6th. Maybe not, but it could take that long. Because June's kind of like almost a guaranteed month, and we could be fighting our way back into the end of the month, try to close slightly red, and then it could be a lot of sideways bullshit. All the option sellers have to come out of town; they have to sell a bunch of puts, and there should be doom. So a ton of doom. So if you're a bull and you have a small account, this might not be the best trade for you. This like Nvidia uptrade tomorrow. You might want to wait until, Tuesday or something of Memorial Day, depending on where you are in price and stuff. If you're looking for like that one trade for summertime, remember a few things. You could probably buy it right now, probably open it right now and close your laptop. Just don't look at it till mid-July. That's what I used to do. I'm going to come in and down week, knowing we're going to go down at this end of the month. I'd put a trade on, close the laptop, come back in a month. And it might get messy. And And you'd probably look good in a month, month and a half, middle of July or something, for another high, market high. But if you're like min-maxing and stuff and you're trying to build an account, you could potentially just wait. There's a bunch of different ways to look at this, like a whole bunch of different ways to look at this. I think that's all I got. I think that's everything. I'm trying to like see anything that I'm missing here. There is some risk on the upside if we go to 742. If we make too much of a high, it's potential that we stay up there and start riding up into June and July, but I don't see it. So it's a very low probability. I think the highest probability is the trade that I just showed you. The second highest probability trade would be the unclench comes tomorrow. They burn a bunch of people, and then we ramp it up. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say we'd ramp it up like end of the day for Nvidia. So I think that's this is the most probable trade. The next most probable trade is the unclench happens tomorrow. So if that's the case, like this has probably like a 65 to 75% chance of doing the thing. Your next best one's like 35% for an unclench tomorrow. If you get the print tomorrow on the unclench, all bets are off on upside moves. I'll say that. I think I would say that. I'd say we could stay down here for a ton of time. No, they just don't give a fuck about Nvidia. In that case, if you have a small account, you just wait. You don't trade Nvidia. You don't trade this move tomorrow. You just wait. You're just sitting on your hands literally as a bull. And you could likely be sitting on your hands as a bull until May 30th, May 28th, or June 5th and 6th. And you'd be checking back for that turn higher, somewhere in that vicinity.
Volume spike last down around 3%.
I think that's it. I think that's all I got. A beautiful fucking thing right there. That's where I'm long, right in here. So you know. Or no, right in here. I'm long right here. Right in here, I closed them. Wherever that mark was that we slammed into. Then I got long right in here. And I'm long until tomorrow. Close. There we go. There's S1. Oh, hell yeah. There's another trade for you inside the Discord in the Pro channel. Woo. Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that too, Volwiz. I saw that too. I saw that this morning. And I was kind of found it funny when they were saying that same stuff. Let me read this. Holy shit. Oh yeah. Right in there. Look at that fucking thing right in there. So you can see this close. Yeah, I wanted to see this. I wanted to see this down here, break that, and then I wanted to see the rejection, and then I wanted to see that down there. That didn't happen. Now we're going to do is we're going to back test this one.
Offering guaranteed compute.
This is your big A. And they're going to ramp this fucker straight up. You could theoretically say we do 30s, but I don't think we can get there. I wanted this early. So you can see that. There's 50.
Market on close imbalance.
I'll have the imbalance for you here in just a minute.
Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 987 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 257 million. Dow 30 sell side 263 million. Mag 7 sell side 114 million.
Snip. I've got Nvidia as a sell here to the close. They're all getting out. I've got buys as VZ, NEE, COF, MS, TGT. Top sells TMO, MU, Burke B, Amazon, and MICK. Hold on. TMO, CRM, MU. We have something about MU in here too. We have a trade in here for MU.
Run out of gas. High gas prices are a price we all have to pay.
I'll take another picture of it here in a minute.
And Energy Secretary Wright says the US will continue to grow oil supply from Venezuela.
Change slightly here. Hold on.
And US Energy Secretary Wright says Hormuz will be flowing again in the not too distant future. The Qualcomm CFO on supply constraints says given our scale, we have some flexibility across product categories and are able to leverage that into having a supplier assurance.
I think I've sat here all day long today. I don't think I've gotten up from the chair once. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. What are we doing there? Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Yes, yes, yes. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. We're gonna wake up with a giant fucking green candle in our faces. All right, that's it. That's the day. I really appreciate you showing up today. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. It'll be interesting tomorrow if we do the unclench to the downside, or if we wake up tomorrow with the green candle up our asses. Can't wait to see what the outcome is. I'll see you then. You have yourselves a wonderful afternoon. Later.
We'll be right back.